Well, hello. Happy Saturday. Hey, Lee, you had a great stream this morning. So if you didn't catch the live stream with Mr. Ed and Mr. Mike Berry and Lee, check that out on Lee's channel when you get a chance. So what's up, everyone? Started off doing some things in the bee yard today, and the rain came in, so not a good time. Well, the first 6-7 hives, they were good, and then it started raining. Hey, Larry, good to see you. Alex, Stuffy, Mike, Randy, Chris, Flip. Hey, Randy, good to see you. Todd's on a burrito run, so I guess he'll be back in a minute. You figured him out? I knew you'll get him figured out, man. You're a tinkerer. Hey, Philip, good to see you. Today was just one of them days. There's Brad. Let me see. So, what's everybody got going on today? What do we got going on today? Yep, I just took my glasses off, so now I'm looking like I can't see nothing. Why? Because I can't see nothing. And this is my spare set because the other ones are in the other room. Let me see. I will change lit. Just spent 6 hours harvesting honey. Wow. I'll be curious to see how much you pulled off. Flip, I hope it went well with the hot honey. Mine I usually let sit for quite a while before I bottle it, but everybody does it a little bit differently. So I don't know if you guys caught the live this morning with the beetle boards there. I'm gonna have to go ahead and mute Facebook because I just heard that ding-a-ling from my son there. All good. All right. Awesome. So feel free to click the link and hop in. There's Chris with the backlight. What's up, man? Yeah, the light over your head illuminates the...
Hold on. Let's see what we got here. How's that?
That's better.
All right. We in the dark.
So did you get some rain down there today?
Yeah, we got about an hour worth of it.
It started raining earlier, then it stopped and got a little sunny, then it started raining again. So it's been going kind of on and off up here today. And
yeah, I tried calling you. You noticed that, right?
No. My phone was over here on the charger, and I was over there on my charger in the bed.
You recharged. Yeah, I fell asleep too. I just got up about a half hour ago.
I missed a call from Ed too. Son one. Well, I missed at least 2 calls. Actually, and I got a visual voicemail.
Yeah, that's mine too.
Yeah, Yep. I missed 2 calls today. One was from you and one was from Ed, son of one. There's Philip. Hey, Philip.
Hey,
hello.
Phil.
How y'all doing?
Good, man.
Waking up.
Just
I took a nap today.
You took one too?
Oh yeah.
That's
I always take one out here.
Where you at?
I'm out at the farm. It did okay on Charlie's live last night. It's usually real bad service out here, but
it's doing pretty good right now too.
Yeah.
Yep.
So you checking the bees out there or what?
Yeah, I did OAV treatment and did some feeding this morning. I got 5 more colonies on the back 40 to go do tomorrow.
But I went and picked up all the 25-pound bags of sugar that my Walmart had today, which was 6. And my wife's like, I thought you were going to go get sugar. I did at Walmart. She said, no, I thought you were going to Charlotte. I said, well, it's your birthday, so I can't I'm not going to leave to Charlotte all day long. You know, even if we're not doing anything, that's kind of not the not a good thing necessarily. So make it another week, and then I'll try to go next weekend.
Yeah. Reason I was calling you, Bob, is when I was watching your video about those boards,
Mm-hmm.
the plastic ones. Is there any chance you can just not get rid of the oil part of it, but taking that plastic top off, go get you some of that screen, and just replacing it with a screen to fit on top, so the beetles fall directly in instead of being able to walk on that plastic frame?
You see how they were walking in and out of it?
Yeah, they're walking on the bottom of it.
So if you get the screen, there's nothing for them to grab onto. They just fall right in.
Yeah, that was going to be my question, Chris. Can they cling to the bottom of the screen? Be harder for them to hide because the bees can still harass them because the screen is just a real thin wire, right?
But see, that's what I have on mine, are just screens, like the one that Bob has, the first one.
Right.
And they fall right in. There's nothing for them to hang on to.
Well,
the other thing I thought you might try is put some honey down in that bottom so it smells like honey, so it'll be lured down into that oil. Might work.
Well, I mean, it did catch some, but it's like
they're able to walk out.
Like that, yeah. And I see when they came, there was no instructions, right? But the grate is different on one side than it is on the other. So it doesn't say if you got to have. There's a side that has some that's
angled
like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then there's some when you flip it over, it's just kind of flat. So when I took them out of the box, they looked like the flat side was up. So that's what I was putting up, and they were going down. Well, then they can't navigate that little taper, right, to get back out, but they can, evidently. So that was the only.
Yeah, it's almost like they have a place to hide now from the bees.
Well, at least if they're hiding down there, they're not in the frames. I mean, that's
right.
The bees have to police.
What did you say, Phil?
I said it means the bees still have to police them down there.
I mean, yeah, when I pulled it, you could see there was beetles on that side, like coming out. So
yeah, I don't think you're gonna be able to do it like that.
I think what Brad said was probably accurate, that those were made for 7/8 inch bottom boards, because that little wider spot would have closed it down a bit. So
now, would that fit under that one board I gave you that didn't have a tray in it?
I haven't tried it yet, but it's got that little lip that turns up so the tray can sit in it, so the screen can sit in it. So it might be too wide to slide down the normal slot. And by the time I did that video, I mean, it started raining while I was out there checking live, so I didn't. I was soaked when I came in, and they didn't like it too much when it started. But you know what? I have noticed, and Chris, you can attest to this because you were stung 5 times by the bee. I was able to work and mark queens in like 5 or 6 colonies. Now, did I take some stings in my hand? Yes. It's always the one that's got the hive tool in it, right? That I'm going to the other side. They always get me in there. I did take some stings in the hand, but no gloves, just a jacket, nothing in the face or anything like that today. So even before I decided to put that on, when they started to get flighty, but yeah, I mean, they definitely have a little bit different demeanor. I did make a mistake on a queen. That queen on that colony with the bottom board you brought me, that one, I had these these people turned these pens back to me that I showed you guys that were all looked like they were
bent up one.
They were flat, and I'm like, you know what, that pen will still work. And I dabbed the top to get the pin to come out, and it just kind of came out. So I put the excess off. I thought I got all the excess off, but when I touched that queen's back, it just went, and so it striped her. So I don't know.
Yeah, they might clean it off her.
Yeah, I'm not marking any queens before next spring. It's too hard to replace them.
Yeah, so it's trials and tribulations. But you know what? Other than that, I took.
So I did calm them down. That's good.
Yeah, their demeanors changed. That they don't have as much stress to go through there. And it's going to be hard to tell by this photo, but down in there you can see the eggs and larvae.
Oh yeah, some larvae. Yeah.
And hey, if you notice, you don't see any mites on those bees.
Nope.
So and there's some very little caproot, but it is making a rebound. Also today, you can see they're bringing in some golden pollen there. So that's one of the colonies that didn't have the bottom board on it, but they just had a bunch of bees going in and out that I was checking. But so things are turning around. Do we know for sure what's going to happen? Don't, you never know, but you never know what's going to happen with them. But see, that's just a regular screen bottom, right? Phil?
Yeah, it is. I'm just seeing how many mites. I'm getting some mite drop from this morning. You can see it. Not a whole lot.
Yeah, I see a few. Now that screen is too small where the beetles won't fall through.
No, it's an 1/8 inch. That's all through. It's 1/8 inch. It's the same thing that they sell.
Now, would you attribute that to you still get hive beetles, or are they low? Or
we don't get many. It's just too dry here for hive beetles this time of year.
They do like moist. That's for sure.
And I put out Grub X around all the colonies today.
I see a few. I see 1 or 2 in some colonies. Yeah, I'm getting some mite drop though. I need to get out here and hit them more often. Only problem is I can only hit them every 2 weeks. But, oh well. At least they're dead. At least they're on the bottom boards. That colony right there that I showed you, it had I don't know, 1,200 or more, 2,000 or something the first time I hit it a month ago. Yeah.
Holy, look, there's a Lee sighting. Oh, he added himself. I added him.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up? Hey, do
Lee.
I sound any better now, or is it still bad?
No, you're fine.
All right. Yeah, I had some bad inline mic amps, I guess, and it just gave it a horrible sound this morning.
Now, the only thing, I thought everything was great. The only thing that I noticed, and this is constructive, right? Because I can't, you got so much technology over there, I can't even, there's 2 things about that video that stood out to me as a creator. One thing, they seemed dark, like they didn't have enough light on them.
Yeah, I had the 2 lights in the center instead of spaced out at an angle the way they should have been.
And then the other thing was that they never hardly looked like they were looking directly at the mic or at the camera.
At the camera, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Takes a little getting used to, I guess. When you holding the camera yourself and talking to it, you can look straight at it. But whenever you're sitting in front of a camera and trying to talk to a person that's next to the camera,
trying to look around it.
Yeah, you're wanting to look at that person.
Yeah,
that was my problem. I kept on looking at them instead of the camera. But
like right now, we're all got our cameras, like the ones that are right in front of us that we're talking to, right?
Yep.
So we're always front facing, where they were kind of looked like they were angled towards each other a little bit, talking to each other.
Yeah, they look like they're talking to each other.
Yeah, basically they were over here, and then I'm this way, so I had to turn at an angle and then keep looking over at the screen at the same time for comments.
I'm surprised you turn that whole system on that you don't get a brownout in the city. Drawing so much.
I was up until after 1 o'clock this morning, still running wires. Went to sleep and got back up at 6 to finish.
Yeah, where you had the screen set up on there, Lee, it looked like although they were facing each other, it looked like they were facing away from each other on the.
Facing apart. Yeah, I noticed that. I got to reverse those two camera wires. That way, next time people look like they're looking at each other instead of away.
Yeah, there's a lot on that one there, Phil.
Yeah, there's a good many here. I wouldn't say a lot.
Mike
But
just
some of that. But there's probably 50 on right now. And it's only been since like 11 o'clock this morning. I was listening to Lee's live stream while I was doing this. I didn't get started out here until like, I don't know, 10 or 10:30 because we got rain this morning. I couldn't believe it. First rain in forever.
Yeah, we got rain today too. Mike's got a question. Anybody ever seen this? I noticed a little bit of white on some of mine today, and I was like, I don't know.
That's from my pollen sub.
You got your pollen sub is white?
It's yellowish white. So yeah.
Somebody in the area may have done a powdered sugar wash.
But I haven't had that really. I saw a little bit, but it could be. I don't know. I guess we got milkweed down here.
I have never seen it because usually you get monarchs, and I don't see any monarchs around here.
I don't think I've seen any down here in our area.
That one's clean. There might be one right there.
Now, do you put anything on that? Do you use like Pam or whatever they say to put on there, spray on there?
I did when I first started, but I quit doing it because you see, I use a Sharpie to make those grids.
Mm-hmm.
And if you put that oil on it, you end up having it gets rid of your lines. So what I do is I just pull them out and just try to carefully carry them up and count them.
Now, how many copies do you have in that yard?
21 I counted today.
Now, could you use a paint marker on them and the oil not wash it away? Or the Pam or whatever?
That's a good question. I haven't tried that.
Yeah, you should be able to use a Sharpie.
You can see this one here. I end up just remarking this one here. It's almost all the lines are almost completely gone. I mark at the corner there which type number it is, so when I carry them up, I don't have to remember.
Hey, Bob, we have glue boards for fly lights that will fit underneath those with all the grids.
Yeah, I'll be back in just a minute. I'm getting a text.
They're
from
that big?
Yep.
The local expo. I'll be back.
That would be good for trapping beetles too when they fall on that glue board.
Yeah, they can't get off it. So if you just use a regular screen bottom board, just put a fly glue trap on it.
So that's
they'll catch them.
And I went and bought Walmart out of baby oil today too. Seven bottles of Equate baby oil for the bottom boards that are coming. They probably thought I was so weird because I went in there.
You're probably going to get investigated over that.
Hey, so this is what was in my shopping cart from Walmart. Grub-X, right? I had 2 bags of Grub-X. I had 6 25-pound bags of sugar and 7 bottles of baby oil and a Monster Energy drink. So it was like, they're probably wondering, what the hell is this guy doing?
Next thing you know, you got FBI sitting outside your checking, make sure you ain't got no meth lab going on.
Oh, they wouldn't.
Or still.
So you did all those this morning?
Yeah. Yeah, it hadn't had long. There's one mite right there. Yeah, there's about 2 or 3 here. These 2 colonies right here, I'm hoping work out good because they're the ones that I took the Capel cell and had it bred out here. They're my Capel Richland cross.
Right. I saw a few drones in the colonies I checked today too. So,
yeah, they ain't all left yet. That's for sure.
It seems like I can get always about 1/3 to 1/2 way with an inspection before something happens. The rain, a swarm, something. Oh, and that swarm colony was still out there in that produce. So
Well, that's a good thing. That means they're staying if they're there this long.
that bottle of syrup I put on it. Now I got to ask you about that. What are you using for a bottle there? Is that just like a 1 gallon?
It's a 2-quart container that I got at the Dollar Tree.
Evening, everyone.
I bought a bunch of them.
Well, hey, James.
Hey, James.
How are you doing?
Doing well.
Don't
This
you
is
guys
the
have like bees to work or something?
Do what?
Say, don't you guys have bees to work or something?
Start.
Not at 9:15.
We're yeah. Last night when I got on Charlie's and I came out to the bee yard, this colony here had gotten knocked silly with a limb. See the dent that the limb put in the top right there? But the top was knocked off. It didn't knock the hive down. It just was the inner cover was still on there. But it looked like the bees have recovered pretty good. They're a pretty small colony anyway. But
Oh, did you have a bear or something get in it?
no, just a limb from that tree right there fell on them.
See, up here would probably be a big black bear or something like that would get into those.
Yeah, my fence wouldn't stop a bear. That's for sure.
Oh, I've got a buddy down in by Calgary. The bear climbed the trees beside it, broke the limb off on the fence, grounded the fence out, and then went into the hives. So, and I've had bears dig right underneath the electric fences up here. So
They're hangry.
they're hangry.
They need some honey.
They need a little detox.
So
That's Bob's. That's new.
they need a little lead poisoning.
Yeah, a lead pill.
Bob's bees are good at detoxing.
They're getting better though with the fact that there was pollen flow going today, and they all have some stores now. So,
Well, I'll have to come up and test that theory.
well, wait until the rest of these bottom boards get here.
Right?
I mean,
they lit me up.
But hey, I didn't use any gloves today, so that's a step in the right direction.
Yeah, but did you leave your house?
Did I do what?
But did you leave your house?
Yes, sir. I worked about a third of my colonies before the rain started.
My battery's getting low, so if I cut out, it's just because my phone died.
Oh, I know that feeling. I forget to look, and it's on the charger.
Yeah, it hasn't been on the charger. I've been out in the bee yards all day today. So the hives that are going to get, that are getting another round of oxalic acid, I've already got it. I'm just on my second tote of sugar water here. So I've got, one more apiary. I got about another 52 hives to go, and everything will be given a pollen patty or two today, and everything's been fed today. So, and ones that are getting the treatments also got the treatments today. So it's been a busy day.
You've been a busy bee, huh?
He's always busy. I bet you're going to be glad for winter when you can take a break.
I'm gonna be looking forward to winter. Absolutely. Actually, I took last night off though. I didn't do anything at all bee related last night. So, a buddy of mine convinced me to jump on the motorcycles and go for a ride. So I did that last night. We put 225 or 230 kilometers on the bikes last night. So that was a good ride.
So you just rode over to Timmy's and back.
No. Well, we rode over to the A&W and back.
They still, I can't remember the last time I saw A&W here in the States.
They're pretty popular up here. There's still quite a few of those around up here. So there's a little town just, out where I used to have the farm, so out by Beaver Lodge. So we rode out there and grabbed a burger and a nice cold beverage, and
a
rode on
a
home.
root beer.
Exactly.
An A&W root beer. Matter of fact, I had an A&W. Chris, that was A&W when you were here, right?
Yep.
I think it was. Yep.
So I had an A&W root beer, but I haven't seen the A&W stand like that in quite a while.
We have one down here.
You got one in Charleston?
Yeah.
Look at those legs.
Yeah. Hey, you, Mr. Baby Oil guy. Start talking about my leg.
Is it all the baby oil?
See, that's one thing about you and me, Bob. We're not going to be able to take too many days off this year because our weather don't allow us.
Yeah.
So James, Bob tried to get his buddy to go for a ride with him today, but then when he told him he was going to buy all the baby oil they had at Walmart, his buddy said, "I don't think I'm going to go."
There's a sight I didn't need tonight. All lathered.
I went over there and bought 2 bags of Grub-X, 7 bottles of baby oil, and 6 bags of sugar, and a Monster Energy drink. That's everything I took to the checkout. They're probably wondering, what the hell is this guy doing?
6 bags of sugar.
Yeah. That's all they had. So I just bought it all until I can get up there. If it wasn't Amy's birthday, I probably would have went to Charlotte today. But she's in there.
How's everyone doing?
Doing good. How are you doing
Costco
tonight?
store up here is now wondering what the heck I'm doing with all the sugar. So
Well, I looked online
I
at
just, phone ordered
Costco
another pallet.
for sugar, and
Sorry?
they didn't have any online. They didn't show any sugar bags, like big ones, or even. I mean, they had like the coffee things,
Oh,
little canisters and stuff like that.
Yeah, well, I purchased the 20 kilogram bags. So, and I usually buy the pallet. So there's 40. I think there's 42 bags or 44 bags or something on a pallet. But I phoned the lady and she's like, "What are you doing with all the sugar?"
Well, I'm stopping over at Tractor Supply to buy all their
nothing.
corn next.
Yeah.
Make some corn whiskey.
All their corn, yeah. little mash.
That's it. So what are you doing? So you're treating and getting ready for winter, feeding and treating.
Well, the ones that I'm going to treat with oxalic acid, I'm treating those with the oxalic acid. I've got, like I said, some that I'm not treating at all, and then some that I'm using Aprivar on. So that's I'm doing a test. I'm trying to be all scientific and all.
Well, I've only used the Aprivar right now, and the Aprivar, for the first time this year, it looks like they actually it. Now, I want to preface this with the fact that there's extremely high beetle levels, right? So I don't know if it's the beetle levels that shut the queen down, or if it's the mite strips that shut the queen down a little bit. So it's one of those two things. I'm leaning towards the hive beetles because there still was some cap brood in there. But the cap brood is about as old as when I put in the strips. So it's kind of hard to tell. But at any rate,
Hard to judge.
yeah, it's hard to judge between the two of them. But she's laying up a storm now. And,
Yeah, mine. My ladies up here are doing the housekeeping, so they have kicked all the drones out. So there's a whole pile of dead drones in the front of the hives, and I've done a little housekeeping too. So the apiary I just came from, which is my main apiary there's 90 hives there. So I shook 10 of those out today. So either ones that weren't producing, or we're not building up. So I watched Brad's video and stuff like that this morning, and he made a good point. It's like, why am I spending good money on hives that probably aren't going to make it anyways? So out of those, there was I think there was, I can't remember the exact number that was there, 90, 92 or 86 or whatever, but I don't know if you can see the back of the truck. There's 12. There's 12 hives I shook out from there. So they were last year's queens too. So those queens
they would have been replaced anyway next spring.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm doing a little bit of calling at the apiaries, and as I think about that, the one I'm probably going to shake out another 3 or 4 there. And the one that I went to this morning, I should probably shake out probably 8 or 10 of them from there. So I'll be culling probably close to 30 hives here right away. So,
well, I noticed the queens that I was going through today. Now, you remember I started with 17 and I marked all my virgins before releasing them. So at some point, my grafted queens got superseded by queens during the season. So I'm going back in there and I'm finding queens that are laying and look healthy and everything, but they're unmarked. So I'm having to go back and mark them all as I'm going through. And I mean, whatever it is, what it is.
They could be your queens there, Bob. The bees probably cleaned off the paint from her.
Well,
I doubt that. If he used a competitive edge marker, I don't think they would have cleaned that off. I've been using the competitive edge marker for 2 years, and not once have I had a bee cleaned off with that marker.
So I'm thinking that they superseded her at some point, which is fine because that means I got a fresh queen right now going into next year, right? And they picked the I'm going to say survival of the fittest, right? They're going to make the best queen cell better than I can typically. So as long as she's back and mated good and laying, which we'll find out in the spring, and it might be. I was telling this story last night. It says I could get to 200 colonies, but at the end of spring, it seems like I'm always going in with like 17. Starting with 17, then I get up to 60, 17, 150. I'll be back to 17. So there's something in that math. I don't know if it's just the area or that's all I don't know, but I'm definitely not at the 60 level anymore. I'm probably more in the 40 to 50 level now.
Well, look at it this way. If you end up with 18 in the spring,
2 more than I had.
You're moving forward.
Right. Very slowly.
Well, Mitch, my mentor, said if you want to buy some, he's got 1,700 of these, 300 a piece.
Yeah. Let me just go write that check.
And he said he'd deliver, too. He'd deliver right to you.
Yeah, I'm sure he would.
Oh, timber.
I'm sure he would. But
I was wondering about that, Bob. What is your hive count year to year if it goes up and down like that?
So it's really hard. All right, so I'll preface that with I count my nukes as a colony.
Yeah, count everything with a queen. Everything with a queen.
Everything with a queen, a mated queen that's laying is a colony. So I try to work from the 5 frame to 5/5 to a 10 frame, then 10/10. That just step up situation. But with that being said, I also sell nukes out of that, right? So it's constantly fluctuating between selling nukes, new queens, and everything. So at one point I had 60, and then I had a few die off, and I was in the 40s. Then I added some queens back, and I was back in the 50. So it's constantly fluctuating. But I've got over 40 10 frame count. Well, 5 or 10 frames. I don't have any 2 framers right now. No small 5 framers. They're just they're mostly just 10 frames. I think I've got 1 or 2 nukes out there that are in 5 frames still, and a couple that are in 6. So I probably got maybe 4 nukes out there right now, and everything else is in 10 frame. So now it's just getting them fed, getting them strong, getting them healthy, you know. And like I was saying yesterday, I have a harder time getting mine to winter as compared to making it through winter. Yeah, so if I can get them through this hive beetle and this wax moth festivities right now, once the winter, the cooler weather starts, then typically I'm all right until spring. And if I lose any in the spring, it's because they ran out of food, you know, typical stuff. They ran out of food late before the flow really started. So a few small changes with feeding and stuff like that will make a difference on that end.
So did your colonies abscond or did they die?
I'm going to say abscond.
That's
because
typically what they do when they get too many pests.
Yeah, so like that swarm yesterday, I found a nuke that there went James. I had a nuke that that had bees in it, but it had a bunch of beetles. And I went and checked, that box was empty, but there was a swarm on the well, first it was on the ground. The cluster with the queen was on the ground. And then I came back out after I got them to go in a pro nuke. About an hour later, I was going to throw some syrup on them to try to encourage them to stay right there. Mm-hmm. And they were on a pine tree branch about, I don't know, 2.5, 3 feet off the ground. And I shook them in the box and put that feed on it, and they were still there today. But in the colony, there was no bees, not dead bees, just nothing, right?
So, yeah, they left. Because you also have tons of hive beetles in your colony that have lots of bees, right? So they're.
So that's one of the things that I'm trying. I'm not trying to. I am actually finding out, right? Because people say, "Oh, if you keep the colony real strong, you won't have hive beetles. If you keep them in the full sun, you won't have hive beetles." Well, you can come to my yard. Both of them are bullshit.
Yeah.
What I can't say is maybe there would be more hive beetles if they were in the shade, but there's still a ton of hive beetles, right? So
yeah, I used to tell people that hive beetles and wax moths were just there to clean up after the bees collapsed, but I've changed my mind after seeing your problem.
Yeah, they make them leave. That's why they clean up after the bees are gone.
And then when you go in that colony and they're really agitated, well, they're not agitated necessarily at you. They're agitated at those beetles. They've been running around and running around and running around, and then you get in there, and then you're just another pest to them at that point.
I don't think wax moths will move in on a strong colony. They're definitely like vultures.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen wax moths be walking around the box waiting for an opportunity. But the bees,
I've seen that too, but I've never seen them go in and just take over, because the bees will actually clean out those webbing and all that stuff if they're strong enough.
But I've never seen the bees actually attacking a wax moth, like a wax moth on the frame. I don't see a bees just like they do with a hive beetle. They'll grab it and fall to the ground with it, right?
Yeah, they don't even go after the butterflies.
Yeah,
I saw. I don't think it was necessarily a wax moth, but it was a type of moth. It was I think it was in England or somewhere, but the moth itself, like, exhibited this what do you say? It had this pheromone that tricked the bees into thinking it belonged in the hive.
Yeah, and it makes the sound of the queen.
Is that what it was?
Yep.
And so they just ignored it. And it went into whatever.
Until they realized the honey was being sucked down.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that video.
So what I'm probably going to do with my situation here is I ordered those 20 bottom boards that are designed for those trays. They don't have any gap. They slide in, right? And it's built around that frame. So I've got 20 of those coming. and probably at the end of the month, I'll order another 20, whether it's from the place Chris gets his from or from Daydant. The only reason I ordered them from Daydant, it wasn't because I liked the plastic tray better than the metal. It's because it was a little bit cheaper. I mean, now, Chris' point, if I called them and said, hey, I need 20 of these, maybe they cut me a deal and don't charge me shipping or something, I don't know. But Daydant doesn't charge for shipping. So where I think, if I remember correctly, Chris, when you told me what you paid for them, you paid like $39, which was cheaper for the board, but then they charged you like $10 to ship the board. Right. So you ended up paying like $49, and I'm getting them for $44.
But that's for one at a time. So
right.
And the price doesn't change for shipping because I've ordered 2 at $37, and they still only charge me $10 for shipping.
Sorry, Bob. I keep going and checking the comments and hitting the wrong button when I'm trying to get back in.
Your button is 2.0?
I was about to say they're gonna have to nickname him Buttons.
I know. I'm channeling Ken.
So how was your festivities today, Lee? Y'all went and got lunch and hung out for a little while?
That's a funny story there. I own one. Renee took my car to my sister's last night. Well, she was supposed to drop it back off this morning, and she didn't. She went straight to work, and I don't have keys to her car.
And
so I didn't have a vehicle. So I told them we're going to have to meet up another time and catch lunch.
Oh, so y'all didn't end up going to lunch?
Nope. At least I didn't. I don't know if they did.
Well, I'm sure they did. You was the odd man out. But,
yeah. Well, Renee was going to drop my car off and then go to work. But I thought she was picking her car up because she had to drop the dog off. Anyway, I walk in the living room, and there's the dog. I look out the door, and my car is gone. She took my car to work.
So, we've been watching this buildup of boxes and everything, but we haven't seen the final, at least I haven't seen the final, what the desk and all came out to look like. Can you show us that, or is that too much?
I hadn't finished the back wall. I still got a bunch of boxes going on the back wall, but basically, let's see here. That's kind of the desk there. Get another light.
And it's all made from bee boxes.
That's sweet.
That's pretty cool. I like it.
Only a $4,000 desk.
It looks like an emergency management office.
Right?
Yeah.
After I seen all the bills for the wood, I almost needed emergency room.
Well, hey, when you run low on boxes, you can just tear your desk down.
That's one good thing about your visit today, that nobody went to the emergency room.
Well, I didn't know if they planned on going out to the bees or anything today. So me and Mr. Ed talked. I can't remember if it was yesterday or the day before. And he said, no, it's too hot. He said, I ain't even bringing a bee suit. So we just sat in here in the AC and relaxed and shot the bull.
Looks like Robert's trying to come in, but his video hadn't come across yet.
He ain't playing a Pretty Andy, is he?
Pretty Andy. He might do the Pretty Andy on us.
I just realized I'm still on here solo.
Yeah. I thought you just wanted to be.
No, I was sitting there looking through I was sitting there looking at the comments, and then I looked over. I'm like, oh crap.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So this morning, like, we've had 2 weeks of like straight good weather. And this morning I look up at the forecast and oh my God, rain for a week. That means I wouldn't have been able to harvest my honey until the end of September. Call my dad. Can I borrow your van, please? I need to harvest honey.
You found a workaround to your how much honey did you harvest in the van?
19 medium supers.
Okay, it's about 10 gallons.
No, it's more than that.
10 gallons.
That's all I got.
Out of 19 supers?
Yep. 19 frames, not supers.
We're talking Canadian supers. So that's like 45 U.S. supers.
Oh.
19 times about 35 pounds. It's probably 665 pounds divided by 60. He probably got 11 5-gallon pails.
I'd bet maybe more. Are those deeps?
No,
Medium.
mediums. I can't fit the deeps. Well, I can fit more mediums in my small car than deeps. So overall, I get more bang for my buck with mediums, and they're easier to lift.
Oh yeah, that's a definite.
So
Hey, Bob,
yeah, it's a hassle having two types of boxes, brood chambers and my brood chambers are deeps, and my supers are mediums. But for now, since I have to lift everything by hand and I have to lug everything in the small car, yeah, I'll keep those mediums.
Hey, Bob, I called to eat crow real quick because here I've been telling you we don't have hive beetles, Central Ohio. I had 2 colonies abscond over the last 2 weeks due to hive beetles.
Did you
I
see larvae and all the crud at the bottom of the bottom board?
the bees are gone, and yeah, they're just every
Overrun,
frame's
huh?
loaded up with beetle larvae, and they're all over the bottoms, and it's a mess, man. 2 of them, so 2 big, and they were big colonies. I'm talking, these are
Double.
full-size colonies.
I
Go to
had
greenbeehives.com. Get you an oil-based bottom board.
When I harvested my supers the first time, I only seen 2 hive beetles and 40 hives. And then last time when I pulled the supers, whatever it was, 2-3 weeks ago, I seen a couple in each hive.
it takes
And
about 4
then
days.
this time I had 2 abscond, and then I've got 4 hives that I probably killed 50 of them in the bottom of the boxes.
Yeah, that means a
Those
lot
are
of
the
the other
ones
ones
you
will
can
be getting.
see. The ones you can't see are the ones that are in the comb. They'll go
Yep.
into the comb and you'll see them going in and out of the comb. And they're difficult. I mean,
I was gonna do what you had said. I bought Swiffers last night at Costco when I was picking up sugar the night before, and was gonna throw them in today, but I wasn't worried about it because, like I said, I've never really had any hive beetles. It's never been an issue. But after tonight, man, I'll be out there tomorrow because like you said, I had probably 4 that had bottom boards with 50 of them on there.
well, if you've seen the Swiffers that I've pulled out where they've got hundreds on it, and it's like, yeah, I mean, you can see the bottom boards. I mean, that's every colony. It's not one here. Last year, I'd see 1 or 2, not a problem. Put some mints in them, they're gone. It was drier. I had diatomaceous earth down, but I've treated the ground twice now since the beginning of bee season. Today, I saw it was overcast and supposed to rain, so I went and got the Grub X because it needs to be watered in the ground.
Yeah.
And put that out before the rain, and it definitely made a difference.
Well, I think my cause earlier in the season, well, not that early, but about a month ago, it was in the 4th of July weekend, basically. I had pulled a swarm trap, and it was a huge colony, and it's probably the biggest swarm I've caught to date. And I always screen the front gate when I transport them. Well, that day I transported them out, and I got busy working on the other hives and forgot to open them up, and I annihilated the entire colony. And I was in a rush doing some other stuff, and I forgot that box, and I left it there. Well, I came back, and it was totally beetled out inside that box, and I just dumped it all on the ground. Well, that's come back to bite me in the ass, I think, because now they're in every colony.
Well, I've seen them go. I mean, obviously, Alex says he's had some up there, but they don't last very long up there. I've seen people that are in Pennsylvania that have had them. Now Ohio, so kind of that Pennsylvania, Ohio, Southern Ohio, that area. They won't
Matthew says he gets them in New York,
and they get them in upstate New York too. So I don't think y'all, and you might, I mean, from what you're saying, you might get them as bad as I do. I've seen Swarmstead open up a colony before, and he's had them like hundreds inside of a colony before, like in Pennsylvania. And, you know, so I know they travel up there. Now, here they're just indiscriminate. It doesn't matter if they're big colonies because the bees can't do anything to them. All they can do is harass them. They can't kill them. So if those beetles are successful at getting some of that larva laid, they might be able to contain it to a couple frames and be okay. But if it starts getting out of control, the bees don't put up with it. They just leave and go swarm.
No,
You know
it's coming
that
out.
I'm pretty sure that colony, when I pulled up into the yard tonight, and this is the irony is, the one in the woods, I checked them all tonight, and there I didn't find but maybe 6 hive beetles in the entire out of 20 colonies. But when I went out to the one on the field, which is out in the sunlight, completely in the sunlight, they're loaded down. But like I said, the difference.
Wait a minute, what did you just say? The ones that's in complete sunlight is still loaded down. So this is myth busted tonight, again.
Yep. But like I said, I think the biggest difference is I bred them by leaving that that breeding ground for them, and then it was all slimed out, and I dumped it all over the ground instead of like destroying them. So the colony that is completely contaminated or that they absconded, I brought them back and put them in the freezer, in the chest freezer tonight. So hopefully those are taken care of. But on the same note, they were all over my trailer and probably all over the yard by the time I got them out of there.
I saw a hive beetle larva crawling out of the bed of my truck from one of those boxes that was in there.
Oh, here's another one. When I was going through colonies tonight, I ended up with 2 hive beetles on my mask, man. They actually flew up and was landed on my mask, which I've never. It's crazy.
Yeah, they go everywhere.
Sounds like you're gonna have a big issue.
And then
winter.
The other issue too is, like, in the past they've always been these tiny little like just specks almost. These suckers are full mama. They're big.
Yeah.
So,
Bob had some huge ones.
Yeah,
that's the ones tonight were big, man.
I
think the big ones are the females and the little ones are the males, or vice versa.
I just think they were eating a lot.
Yeah, they are very indiscriminate on colonies. And yes, weaker ones can't control them as much, but they still get in the big ones. It's just that instead of those bees out guarding the front of the colony and out foraging, now they're all in the colony trying to do beetle control. And, I definitely noticed. And hey, Chris sold me. Chris is the reason I just spent $1,400, so I'll be sending you that bill on Monday, Chris. Thanks so much.
All right. Hey, I gave you 2 free ones.
Well, 1.5.
Yeah.
Hey, Bob, the other thing too is I'm pretty sure the abscond is on the colony next to them. When I pulled up in the yard, that's what made me look in that hive was the colony is I went through every hive, but I'm saying that particular one, it was weird because none of my other hives are bearded, and that colony next to there is bearded all the way around. So I didn't look for the queen. I should have, but there was no way for me to get them in a box easily. So
yeah, they are terrible.
I'm almost guarantee you the colony that was in that box is now hanging on the box next to it.
All right, so I watched Lisa's video here today. She put in murder sauce. She had Swiffer sheets, and I think she had oil traps in there as well.
Yep. She had looked like 2 oil traps in each one.
All right, so I'm going to let's use the math here. This is what sold me on the bottom boards. Okay, so a bottom board is going to cost you at least $20, right? Even just a solid bottom board, $20. Swiffer sheets are $5 for like a pack of 14 of them. So, yeah, and then the oil traps are $2 a piece, right? So now you've already, and that's just for one application. So now you're up to at least $30 that you've spent one treatment with the bottom board, right? So next year, if you do it again, and that's just one box. So if you're doing it every level of the box, well, now you've just multiplied those extras you're putting in there. So you might as well just buy that bottom board, put the oil in it, be done with it. And that's kind of what flipped me over to the dark side on the bottom boards. And then, not for nothing, I looked at Earl's videos yesterday when Earl put out that video, and Earl uses basically the same bottom boards. His bottom boards are trade bottom boards like that as well. So that could be another reason why he's got low beetles. It doesn't really matter if you're putting diatomaceous earth or what you're putting in the bottom. If they can fall through into it and die, then that's going to keep the numbers down.
I think one thing that helps me, and I'm not saying that's the only thing or that it'll work for everybody, but as soon as the nectar flows over, that's when they seem to become more prevalent in the hives.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I reduced that entrance down to the smallest opening, even if it is summertime. Yeah, they might do a little beard.
Yeah.
They might do a little bearding, but there's more or less room for them to protect. And if they're bearding, they're more out there protecting that opening to start with.
And what I will say is make the switch early. If you're going to switch now while you got 4 or 5, 12 colonies. Do it now and not when you got 50 of them or 60.
You always have one on order. That's what I learned.
And it's different for sure for everybody.
I usually buy one just every payday, just have one coming in, because as many swarms as I've been catching, shoot, I got to keep my bottom boards ready.
Now I haven't looked. To be honest with you, I watch some of Nathan's stuff, but I don't watch a lot of Nathan's stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not that it's not good stuff. It's that for me, guys, and this is going to sound terrible. I don't know Nathan. He's a great guy, probably. But it's that, and I have the same thing with other YouTubers too. It's just so monotone and quiet, and it's that I don't know how to. It's I don't know. You know what I'm saying? It's just.
What you're implying is my occasionally broken English entertains you?
Well, yeah, I mean...
well, yeah.
Well, hey, and I'll be honest with you, I don't watch Fred Dunn stuff, and it's because he's so monotone and so... I don't know.
You know how you fix that, Bob? Seriously? This is what I do with all those guys. I listen to their videos at 2 times the speed, and then it's amazing. They talk so slow that when you speed it up 2 times the speed, it sounds normal.
Oh, okay.
That's not a joke. That's serious.
Yeah, like I said, it's not the content. It's not what he's putting out. It's and like Fred Dunn puts out a lot of great information, but it's the presentation for me, and that's that's it. I mean, that's what it is. Yeah, it's nothing to do with the guy at all. Let me see.
I got to run.
All right, Lee. Thanks.
Good night.
All right, good night, Lee.
Let's see. Yeah, I'd be curious to see what he uses, because I've tried everything, and when I say everything that I know of, I mean beetle jails, oil traps, Swiffer sheets, Guardian hive entrances. The only thing I didn't try is the oil trap bottom board, and the oil trap bottom board seems to do it quicker. I mean, where they just fall through. I mean, they fall through and they're on the bottom. They can't get out, and they're done.
I'm sitting here trying to think. I don't think Nathan uses oil pans. I think he just uses screen bottom boards and the counting
trap or something. Yeah,
in the counting sheet.
Counting
well,
sheet.
If you think about it, if they fall through and they get on that counting sheet, they can walk out and come back in. And if they can get up,
and he might put a spray on his. I don't know.
like a Pam or something like that, a oily.
Which I think that'll kill them.
One of my Amir says he uses Vaseline, and he uses that board and he rubs Vaseline on it, and then they get stuck in the Vaseline. But then he says it becomes a pain to clean off all the time. So that's the other. Nathan does use oil pans.
He does.
I don't know.
I've seen him counting mites, and I just don't recall that there were oil pans. I thought they were the four-paw. I may be wrong. I don't know.
Oh, he uses the CD cases. Yeah, so
yeah, that's a little different.
Yeah, it's kind of like a beetle gel that you put under the bottom. However, I will tell you this. Your bees love them too, and they will propolyze them bad boys closed.
The one we opened on yours, shoot.
Yeah, and the thing.
If you want some beetle gels, I'll send them to you. I bought a bunch of them, and I don't know.
Well, I mean, the beetle gels, they'll get in there and they'll just they will catch a few beetles, but then the bees propolyze them up,
right?
The little plots, and
then they're no good anymore. Yep.
So in the CD cases, they'll do the same thing, but you got to just constantly keep them cleaned out, right? You got to constantly clean them out.
Yeah.
If
I ever get beetles bad, I'm going to use the beetle gel, and I'm going to put that down roach poison in there.
That's what I was doing. To just put some, some.
Sorry, go ahead. But
no, I was just saying, put the syringe beetle stuff in there, or roach poison in there, and then they just they will get it. And then the thing with the Swiffer sheets is if you don't keep them constantly pulled out, the bees will just chew them up and propolyze them up and pull them out too. So, but they do work. I mean, it's just
Bob. Before long, you're going to have no mite Mondays and no beetle Saturday.
Well, I'm hoping I have no beetles ever. I hope I never have to talk about beetles again. That's the whole objective.
No mite Mondays. There's three Fridays.
Right. Well, there's three reasons I like using those oil-based bottom boards. One is for the beetles. Two, I can, when I pull out the tray, I can see where the larva, or not the larva, but the bees are hatching out, because all the cappings will fall in line from where the bees are. So when I go in my hives, I already know I can look exactly in those areas where the babies have all hatched out. Two, when the mites get removed from the bees, they fall directly into the oil trays, so they die instantly. If you have just a regular base bottom board, the mites fall off the bees, but if a bee walks by it, it's going to jump right on that bee.
Well, the only other problem is, all right, so everyone in the beedom, I guess, will tell you to take your hive and make it slightly higher in the back so water doesn't roll into the hive, right? Well, the same thing, if you have it lifted up a little bit in the back, all of that oil runs to the front, and then you get dry spots in the back. So I've actually taken some broken pieces of wood to try to lift it up to kind of even out that oil in the bottom, but it's still got a little bit of a forward tilt, but it doesn't. It's catching them, definitely catching them. But the little piece of pollen patty did have little larvas in it today, and I did take that and throw it out. So, so that test, I mean, it did stay in there a week, and they didn't get the pollen patty all gone. So, if I would have left that in there, they would have just hatched those beetles, the larva out, and they would have fell through the screen board as well. But,
better on that pollen patty than in actually your hive, though.
For sure.
Hey, Alex, here's something for you, buddy. This is how I carry all my smoker and everything.
We can't see a darn thing.
We can't see you, man.
I'm working on it. This is just a ammo box. I seen this actually online. Do you see it now?
No, we see a black screen. We see no camera. There you go.
There it is.
Wow, that's a serious delay. But anyway, yeah, you can put your smoker. You get these at the surplus store, and
Not in Canada. They don't sell firearms or armor or ammo, so you might not be able to buy it.
oh yeah, in Canada, that's true. I didn't think about that, but you you know, you can fit your smoker in there. You can fit your wood, whatever. I put my vaporizer and all that stuff in there, but you don't have to worry about that smoker, one, catching on fire, or two, smelling your car up like smoke.
Or if you had that, you'd have to keep it in a whole different building, a whole different. Like if you lived in Manitoba, you'd have to keep it in Ontario in case you needed it. You'd have to drive to Ontario to get it and bring it back to Manitoba to be able to shoot something.
You know what else you can keep in there?
Brad almost smiled on that. He almost smiled about that.
You can also keep your weed in there, man.
You can keep your weed in the same room as your pipe over there though.
I just read that whole Saturday Night Live skit. Hey, you can keep your weed in there.
Brad, I watched your video today too.
Yeah.
Good job.
Yes, I did. I like to
Apologize for not having multiple things going on. It's a vlog. It's whatever you're doing. That's what's happening.
Yeah. Yeah, just one of those weeks, you know. But we got the honey pulled. Actually, you know what? It's I was feeling all good about myself, and then I went out to my home apiary here, and I realized that when I set the escapes out there, I missed one box, and so I set it on an escape, and the stinking thing is still there. So technically, I have not pulled all my honey because there's still one box sitting there. So,
well, when I was going,
I need to go get that one box.
When I was going through today, I don't know why, and Charlie's not here to tell us about the single brood chamber management this evening, but for some reason, if I've got a medium on, the queen seems to prefer to go up in the medium and lay. She'll lay up a whole slab medium, and you go on the bottom, and they've just already started migrating up. But what I'm noticing is as those do start to hatch out, they are starting to get backfilled. But it's kind of weird that if there's
Speaking of weird, I saw drone brood in one of my honey supers, and I checked the brood chamber. There's no drone layers. So the bees it looks like the bees grabbed some drone eggs and brought them into the honey supers.
Did you check the whole thing to see if there's queen cells anywhere?
There are queen cells. There were queen cells, like swarm cells, in the bottom of the brood chamber. There were larvae and like regular larvae in the brood chamber.
Did you see a queen as well?
I didn't see the queen. I saw traces, like signs of a queen.
So
they're not drone layers. There's no eggs on the sides of the walls.
No,
There's
what
just
I'm getting at
one
is
screen with two small patches of like on either side of drones.
When I see that down here, it's typically because they're looking at a late season swarm for us. Now, you're totally different geographical area. Brad would be able to speak to it better than me, but whenever I start seeing drones and queen cells, they're looking to make a move. So
that's possible. I did see some queen like swarm cells at the bottom of the brood chamber. And it was that hive was packed with bees.
They were on the bottom of the frame too?
Yeah.
You got any words of wisdom on that, Brad?
Not really, man. Was that the first super above the brood chamber?
Yes. So it looks like they picked the eggs, got them through the grate, and put them in. There was about two small patches of drone brood about this big. And I
Well,
checked all the other
the,
frames, all honey.
when a queen
The,
first comes back, they can't squeeze through an excluder.
Yeah, the jury is out on whether they move eggs. Some people swear they do, others swear they can't. So the brood chamber looks normal laying.
Yeah.
Swarm cells though.
Yes.
So have they already swarmed?
They were capped, so I left them there. I didn't have time to deal with that. I had like all the supers to get, and like I said, I have to shake the bees off each individual frame. So my guess is if they try to swarm, let them.
How
If
long
they
is it supposed to
succeed-
rain up there?
Huh?
When's the rain supposed to stop?
So tonight, it starts tonight and lasts all week.
Okay, so guarantee, mark my words, whatever day it stops raining, the next morning you're gonna have a swarm.
Possible.
Yep.
No, it's not possible. Yeah. It's gonna happen.
Guaranteed. Yeah, that's what happens. It rains for a while, and next nice warm day they're going to take off. Well, the reason I ask you if it's the one above the brood chamber, because there is a phenomenon where that can happen. If the bees get far enough from the brood chamber, they can, and they hang out there long enough, then they can start to lay. So you have laying workers up top, but that's not your case. Yeah,
Regardless,
I got nothing for you.
Regardless, I'm gonna let them swarm. I can't stop it. It's already started. It's too late to force them to split. So if they
you can't make
they still have time to requeen themselves. If they succeed, fine. If not, I'll just call the hive. I'm not bothering more than that. I asked anyway because I want to know what the heck is going on.
Well,
I've culled so many hives this week. I've culled so many hives. It's just crazy how many I've pulled out.
I don't know if you caught James coming on, but he said he saw your video and he did that to several colonies today too. Shook them out.
Yeah, I've probably done 25 colonies this week. I just got no queens, and that's it. There's no chance, right?
Over here, there's still a chance
to
make queens. So
that's why you could, Alex. You could swarm for them. You could split them off into a nuke with the.
Not going to happen. The field is going to be a bog tonight. I can't.
Hey, Brad, we were talking about that queen issue the other night. I told you where I had the 2 old queens. I had like 16 swarm cells in the other box. So give you a little update on that one. So I went into what I did when I found that, I had 2 old queens, and then I had the box that didn't have a queen that had the 16 swarm cells. I took the one of the old queens and I set her aside, basically her own colony, and because it was a double deep, so double deep. So I took her and I set her off to the side, and I put a swarm cell in with her, and then the queen next to her was an old yellow dot queen, so I put in 2 swarm cells with her. And then I left. I knocked down probably, I don't know, half dozen to on the one that was wanting to swarm. So they only had 2 cells left. The one that was trying to swarm, she emerged, but I couldn't find her in there because it's just packed. And then the one that had the old queen, I was going to pull the cell out, but she already emerged, and I found her, but I didn't find the yellow dot queen. But there's a lot of bees in there, so it's really hard to find her. But I didn't find her, but I did find the virgin. Then in the third one, I found the yellow dot queen, but it looks like she didn't emerge. They tore the cell down through the side. So the bees made the decision, is where I'm going with this, on the 2 yellow dot queens. One of them, they decided they wanted a new queen, and the other one, they decided they wanted the yellow dot queen. Kind of funny.
Yeah, sometimes it's slight. how they change their mind. Sometimes it doesn't take much.
Sometimes you go in this time of year and there'll be 2 queens running around in there.
Well,
yeah.
But we'll find out here in the next 5 days, I guess, if she gets mated and comes back. So that's where we're at.
I've had something happen like that on my second year. Like they made like this big fat supersedure cell, and then they just destroyed it. I saw the old queen just crawling around, laying happily, and the supersedure cell was just gone. So they apparently randomly changed their minds.
Hey, Brett, have you ever had a colony that just will not accept a queen? Like I've had a colony this summer that has been.
One that's got a virgin in it.
What's that?
I said, one that's got a virgin in it.
No, I mean I've had a colony this entire year that they have been queenless this entire year. I've given them cells, and she doesn't go out and come back or whatever. I've given them a queen, and they killed the queen. Like they've been queenless this entire year, and I just went back into that hive. They had a laying queen. She's gone again. I don't understand.
I have a name for those colonies.
Shake.
It's called a shakeout.
Yeah, well, that's going to happen.
I've also done that before, and I go in there one time and I don't see a laying queen, and then I come back the next time a week later, and all of a sudden, oh, there she is. I wasn't able to find her. So.
Well, this colony has had brood off and on all summer, and I've given them brood or eggs or larvae, whatever, to eggs and larvae to establish their own queen. I've tried introducing a queen. They killed the introduced queen. It's just been that way all summer with this group. Like it's crazy.
So a queen in a colony needs to. You read Brother Adam, and he talks about the likelihood of a colony accepting a queen is solely dependent on her ability to prove to them that she's worthwhile, right? And I'm paraphrasing here, right? So the likelihood of a queen being allowed to continue to be the egg laying machine of that colony is based solely on her merit. That's called a meritocracy. Well, that same principle goes for every colony in my apiary. If you're not proving yourself, you're gone.
I've just never had one like this.
At best, you're a zombie, right?
Yeah. But the funny thing is like because I've been equalizing all summer with these guys, they've size wise they're equal with every other colony. However, they refuse to keep a queen. I've never seen anything like it.
I would just about guarantee you there's a virgin in that colony. I'll just about guarantee you that.
Like a non-laying queen?
Sure, a virgin that never mated. They'll run around in there forever.
Oh, I never thought about that. Maybe that's what's going on because they will not take another queen. But they're doomed because they won't.
You search hard enough, you probably find her. Because you can tell, but it should be running like crazy all over that colony, and you can tell by the look of her. She definitely looks different. You got that big thorax.
I found that virgin queen tonight. And
so,
which was
I don't know. That's just my because I've had that happen. You give them a nice mated queen, and they kill her. You give them another nice mated queen, and they kill that one too.
Yeah,
or the virgin kills her.
There's a good chance though now that you mentioned that because they were that colony. They had queen cells early spring, and they've just been an issue all year long. I just can't believe it. I've just never had a colony like that before. But it is what it is. But I was up to 40 production colonies all summer, and then now I'm down to 36 as of today due to 2 absconds and then 4. I'm down to 36. So I must have 42 colonies because I lost 2 to absconds and then I lost 4 to this last couple weeks here.
There's
I
a
just put up,
question, Michael. Go ahead, Bob.
no, I was just saying that I asked everybody how long they've been keeping and how many colonies, and I'm sitting there and people are 9, 8, 7, 5 years. By the time it's all done, we got well over 100 years of combined beekeeping experience in the chat room, right? So that's a wealth of knowledge and experience that people get. Like we were talking about hive beetles, and Robert didn't realize that what we've been talking about would affect him because he was unaware that he had any hive beetle issues. And lo and behold, today he's like, man, I had 2 colonies that absconded due to hive beetles. And so now the information we talk about applies. It may not apply right this minute when we're talking about it, but next week you might run into some of the stuff we're talking about, right? Or later on. So I just find that to be very interesting overall, how you can watch somebody's stuff or you can be in a chat and what we're talking about may not apply right this second, but at some point it may be very valuable. So anyway.
100 years of experience, but are we lighthouses?
No, we're menorahs over here. Yeah, we're the menorahs. So I'm gonna predict the winner of Tim and Hannah's honey thing. Blaine. Blaine's sending bribes over there. No, just kidding. Tim sent me a text message. Anyway, I didn't mean to cut you guys off with what you were talking about. But
I was going to say Michael had asked about that flower that makes the white stripe down the back of the bees, and there was someone who commented on my video about that, and he said it was jewel weed that causes that.
Oh, the white.
They call them skunk. They call them skunk bees. They got the white stripe down their back from. I guess it's a deep flower. They have to crawl down the flower or something. They get the pollen on their back.
Yeah, I saw a couple of them with like white on their head, and it wasn't a new bee. It was a forager bee, but it had like a white on it. So
Yeah.
This
One of those, I thought the queen flew out because it flew, and I went, "Oh shit, there goes my queen." Then I saw another one in another colony. Like, okay, everything.
This jewel weed, it's literally a stripe down their back. White. It's pretty funny looking.
I think third year, 37 colonies currently.
Hey Bob, I did your technique with the apis and the jar, shook it up real good.
right.
And I was out there trying to use that to fill the other container and accidentally dropped it all over the ground.
Well, hey, I'll have them back in Wednesday when you need to reorder. Yeah, that's I always mix mine in the bucket. Tim's trying to come in here. There he is. Hey, Tim.
What do you say?
I saw your bride post.
Don't say no more because we got to save it for tomorrow. I didn't mean to come in and cut y'all off or anything, I promise, but I was like, I got to stop Bob in his tracks now, you know.
Probably give it all away.
Yeah, so
it looks like you got a pretty. How many submissions did you have? I saw your little video earlier.
I think it's 11, about 11 or 12 we got between everybody.
And they're all different shades and.
I noticed some people submitted 2 or 3 honeys. I got 3 honeys. I didn't know that was part of the rules.
I was waiting for the laws and provisos.
Yeah. I've already got my excuse now. I've got 2 other honeys I could have submitted.
I didn't know you wanted the best one.
Y'all remember that tomorrow, what Philip's saying now, because whenever I finish reading the his little note he sent to us, and it all come together.
Hey, I already told you, snitches get stitches, Buttons.
Snitches get
I hear you, man. I hear you.
But did you ever figure out who sent that water white honey?
Yes.
Clear one?
Yeah, that was Dan Weaver, I think, sent that one.
He sent 2 honeys too, right?
Yeah.
Last
Dan Weaver. Go ahead.
Did you see online where these people were pulling out green honey and stuff this last couple of days? And they were saying that, and I don't know how much it's true, but one of the guys was saying that bees had gotten into on one particular. Bees got into oh my goodness, glycol, and ended up killing the bees, I guess. But before they died, they made glycol honey.
Nice.
Little antifreeze honey poison for everyone.
Yeah, I was like, well, if you want to take care of somebody, you just sell them some of that, right?
I don't even know how they could make it back to the colony sucking up antifreeze. You think they would die?
Well,
yeah.
I guess
purple loosestrife. I have purple loosestrife. It's an invasive weed around here. It makes a fluorescent green honey. It looks like antifreeze. It's pretty crazy. There's not very much though.
I would have attributed it to the high school right up the road that they throwing soda in the trash can or something.
Yeah.
I saw a video where a guy put food coloring over and then went back and examined where they put it. And
I seen him do that with their feed, right? He put it in his liquid feed. One guy I know, I think it was Brian Carlson, he used to have a beekeeping channel. He stopped doing it, but he would take those Kool-Aid packs without the sugar, right? And then he would mix that in, which would essentially make Kool-Aid sugar water. And then you could see wherever it was blue is where he was using blue, is where they were storing the feed. However, it also would stain the wax with that blue coloring. So then I guess it would be, kind of useless. He's also the guy that I saw that was using that, what's the comb Better Comb? And he was in North Carolina. He said, yeah, I got that to try to see if it would make it quicker for him. And it was until the heat hit it in North Carolina and it all started to sag out of the frame. So he stopped using stuff.
I have that same stuff, Bob. And my first year, I bought some of that because I didn't know better. And, I didn't have any existing comb. And the stuff's actually pretty amazing. And I still have it in some of my hives. You can't tell the difference. Once it's been aged, there's no difference in appearance. Matter of fact, if I held it up, you wouldn't be able to tell me which one it is out of 3 frames. You wouldn't be able to tell, except for you can see the how it's pinned into the frame. But other than that, you can't tell the difference.
Well, down here you could, because it'd be the one that was melted in the frame.
Well, what I'm saying is, I don't think that's true, because I don't think it would melt any at a lower temperature than what the regular beeswax does. I think the difference is the original, when they sold the original stuff, they told you just to some people just stuck it in the frames, and then in their instructions they just said pin the corners with toothpicks, and so it had nothing to support the wax. Now, if it was supported on wire frame, they don't have that issue. So I don't think it has anything to do with the fact. It's just the fact that was completely unsupported originally. But I may be wrong. Paraffin or whatever wax they use may melt at a lower threshold. Well, but I'm guessing that's not the case.
This guy took down his page, but and I get it if you do, because YouTube gets frustrating to deal with.
Yeah, I've seen it. When I was originally looking into doing it, I had read all those horror stories, but like I said, I had seen people that used it, and I've used it, and like I said, it's still in my hives, and
Yeah, and
And
the original did have toothpicks, and the new stuff is wired in, so that's probably
5 years ago, and it looks like every other comb in the hive now. Matter of fact, I found it this summer when I extracted some honey out of one, and I didn't even realize that's what it was until I took a closer look at it. So, I mean, the stuff I think is pretty amazing. However, you got to be willing to spend $5 a sheet for it, $5 a frame, just for the wax foundation.
just for the insert part, not the frame.
Correct. It's $10. I think they charge $10 to have it on a frame. For the frame with the wire melded into it, I think it's $10. But if you want just the foundation, it's $5. At least it was what it was, I think, last year before when I looked at it. But like I said, I bought it 5 years ago. But I think it's a pretty amazing product, really. But it's a hobbyist, right? It's not.
You guys know me. I looked at everything when when I was first getting started. Do I need to get this? Do I need, so yeah, Russell says his better comb is wired and is held up for 4 years. So
Hey, y'all, we'll be back in just a few minutes.
all right.
If they could figure out how to do that stuff in a cost-effective manner, where if they could get it down to where it's $3 or something, it'd probably be worth it, because the amount that you would save in honey, it would pay for itself, right? That's why I bought used equipment this year, because I looked at the cost of what it was going to take me to buy the frames, to build the frames out, and the lost production of honey. I paid roughly, and I can't remember, but let's call it $25 per super, medium super. And if you do the math, like $10 for the box, right? And then 9 frames. I mean, you're at $15 for 9 frames. I mean, that's pretty reasonable. But if they could get that stuff down to a reasonable price, it would be worth it. But until that happens, it's never going to be worth it.
I've got people. Rex just asked about Apis. I'll have Apis supposedly back in Wednesday. At least that's what the Postal Service is telling me. So. You built 350 frames. Jeremy, do you work a full-time job, or are you beekeeping full-time now? Because the reason I ask that is because I find some people, like Philip, you just enjoy building the stuff, right? That's what you say? You're muted, buddy. At least I thought. At least you spoke and we didn't hear you. It doesn't show that you're muted.
It might be my connection inside this cabin.
All right.
Can you hear now?
Yeah, we can hear you. So you like to build your own equipment, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Now, do you build your own frames too, or you were doing that?
I do build my own frames. Actually, here, I'll show you. Let's see if we can put the camera on here.
The reason I ask, because some people, like Jeremy just says, it saves a lot of money on frames, but I mean, does it? I mean, you can buy them for $1 a piece, $1.50 a piece for frames.
Well, then he wires them though himself, so instead of spending $250 a frame, he pays nothing. But it's all about the time, right? Because I built the first 50. Oh, we lost him. I built the first 50 hives worth of frames, and I've spent endless hours in the wood shop cutting frames. And you got to remember, each frame, the top bar takes 16 cuts, the bottom takes 12 cuts, I think it is. Or sorry, the end cuts take 12 cuts, and then the bottom, I don't think it's like 8. But you do all the math, and you do that times whatever 2,000 frames, 5,000 frames. It's not you're not saving any money labor wise.
There's a stack right there. Sorry, the reception in this cabin's not good. I think it kicked me out. But there's some deeps that I built. Here's a bunch of mediums that I pulled out when I was extracting honey that the bees pull out. Look down here. There's some commercial frames in here from when I bought mine that I don't hardly ever use. I have a few of these, but these are just boxes of mediums.
Yeah, some people like to do it, but when you start, I mean, you built all of your own frames?
I built pretty much all of them except for when I bought my colonies. The guy had some extra stuff. I bought all his stuff. So I've got a few of these that have plastic. And I did buy one. He had some frames that didn't have plastic inserts. And I bought 10 plastic inserts to go in those. That's really all I bought. But yeah, I built everything. I built my stuff out of 2x4s or 2x6s. I just mill it down. But that's a 30-pound fishing line. Look at the bend in that sidebar. But the bees like this better than they do the plastic or wax.
Yeah, it doesn't matter to me either way. I just do mine around my time availability, right?
No, I enjoy it. I enjoy time in the wood shop.
And so yeah, I mean, as far as like building boxes and all that, that's great. If people can save money and do that and they enjoy it, God bless them. That's not my gig, it's not my thing. And like, to give you an example, I bought 40 boxes. You know how many of them 40 boxes are assembled? The 8 first ones I've done. The rest of them that I lasered are still sitting right there. So, I mean, that's kind of how I do it, right? When I need them, I'll just build them. So it's like, I'm not against anybody that does that. If that's what you guys like to do, man, do it for sure.
If it was still light outside, I would show you. I have a big stack of plywood out there that was given to me. There were some retail stockroom shelving. It's 3/4 CDX plywood, and they're like 8 foot long. They're ripped down to 1 foot wide. But I've got a stack of that I got back when plywood was $80 a sheet. Back then, it was worth like $3,000 for that stack of wood, but it's probably worth half that now. But still, I'm going to use it to build boxes.
Taken all of Ian's original boxes were plywood ripped down. I mean, he took plywood and made his deeps out of those, if I'm not mistaken.
Ian's?
Yeah,
I thought it was out of cut down.
Yeah, no, it wasn't plywood. He milled that lumber from the tree.
Yeah, he used a sawmill.
I'm actually thinking of Bob Binney. I'm sorry. Bob Binney was saying that his originals were plywood.
But then you look at, why did those guys switch? Why did they stop doing that? For them, and with Bob Binney, he's got times of the year where his guys don't have much to do, right? I would think. I mean, they're always busy building stuff and making stuff.
He doesn't build his own boxes.
Bob does build his own boxes.
No, I don't think he does. They build their.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't think he builds
got videos on it.
His deeps.
Yeah, you got videos of them building the boxes.
But he does not using plywood. He's using the real heavy duty HDF.
Building nuke boxes for sure.
Yeah, nukes, but I don't think he builds his deeps. I don't think he builds his deeps. I'm about 90% certain. I've seen every video, and
you might be right, because definitely nukes. But you might be right.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. So there's an offset to your free frames and stuff, right? You got to have good equipment, good table saws, good planers, good all that stuff, right?
That was not good. I got that Harbor Freight. The guy on Denna Tools calls it the finger grabber or something. I forget what he calls it. Yeah, mine no good. I bought it for a good one that burned out, but no, I got my eye on a nice one, but no, it's not any good.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that the offset of buying or building your frames, you do have an initial investment of the equipment you need to build frames and boxes, which
I would not recommend any. First of all, I probably wouldn't recommend anybody build their own frames anyway, but even if they wanted to, yes, unless you're into woodworking and you already have most of the tools you need, probably unless you have the attitude I have is every project is an excuse to get a new tool. So if you have that mentality, then yeah. I could tell watching Brad in his workshop. I said he and I we're kindred spirits.
Every year, just like the honey house, every year the honey house gets a little better, and every year the wood shop gets a little better.
Yeah.
Gets those tools that just make it a little bit easier and a little bit nicer to work in the wood shop.
But it wasn't so damned hot in my wood shop. I'd be in there every day. I love hanging out in there.
Sometimes I think give up the bees and just do wood shop, but I like the bees too.
Hey, Phil, one thing you need to look for is watch Marketplace and find yourself a nice hybrid table saw. You can pick them up for anywhere. I mean, all the time for about $350 to $450, and it's amazing the difference between like a Harbor Freight table saw and like a Delta. I think they're called like a 720T or something like that. And then the
Delta 720T is the one I've got my eye on.
What's that? Yeah, it's there.
I almost bought that one, but when my first Harbor Freight one crapped out, I went on to Craigslist and found another one for $75, and I couldn't pass that up. So
yeah, but once you use a hybrid table saw or something like that, where you're getting up to you're obviously not commercial grade by any means, but
I'm on my fourth table saw. My first one was a Craftsman, I think. Really nice.
Craftsman's got lifetime warranty, so you should have only been on the one.
That's only their hand tools. But I also bought. I had a Ryobi 3000 that was really nice. I really liked that table. I had sliding extensions. It would rip down a 30-inch wide piece, and that's the one that burned out. And I was in a bind. I need to get something quick, and I went and got the Harbor Freight one. Actually, I think I got the Freight one on their clearance rack for about $75 too. So,
watch Marketplace.
What are you calling a hybrid table saw? I don't recognize that term.
That's literally what they call them. They're called hybrids. If you look them, that's what that Delta he's talking about. It's the difference between a cabinet saw and a portable saw. It's like what the industry, at least here in the States,
contractor saw.
No, contractor. It's literally the level between the contractor saw and the cabinet saw. It looks like a cabinet saw, but it doesn't have a skirt down to the ground, right? It still has. I mean, you're not picking it up. There's 350 pounds, but
sounds like a contractor saw.
No, because like I had a DeWalt contractor saw, but you had you could pick it up, put it in the back of your truck, and you could fold the legs and put them in the truck with it.
No, that's a job site saw.
Okay, but
that's a job site saw. Contractor saw kind of is a box that sits on a stand. Just like what you were describing, it has kind of an open bottom and a motor out back.
Yeah, it's all one piece. You can't take the legs off of it. It's all one piece.
My brother's got one of them old shopsmiths.
It's like I said, if you do a search,
shopsmith.
It's when you search it, you literally search underneath hybrid saw. But anyway,
let me look that up. See what you're talking about. I've never heard of that before.
Look up. It'd be either Rigid or Ryobi, which are actually made by the same person. They're identical saws. They're just branded different. Rigid is branded for Home Depot, and Delta is Lowe's brand line.
My Ryobi did have a little in the panel where you could mount a router in it. I never did mount one in it.
Oh, Ryobi.
Maybe that's what they mean.
But the Delta, like I said, the Delta or the Rigid, both of those are very nice. But you can pick them up for $350 used all the time, and they're super nice saws. Like I have the Laguna, which I think it's called like a L2 or something like that, which is it's like a $2,400 saw, but honestly, it's not that much better than what the Delta or the Ryobi is, or the Delta. I think they're equivalent personally. But you can also find like the Shop Fox and stuff like that. You can find those for about $750 all the time on Marketplace. And the Shop Fox is the same exact saw as the they're made by not Kodiak. What's the Brad, help me out here. What's the Bear saw line?
Grizzly.
Grizzly. Thank you. So Shop Fox is Grizzly. They're the same exact saw. They're just a different line, but it's the same company, same saw. They're just marketed different. One's considered their high end, and the Shop Fox is the lower end, and the Grizzly's the higher end. But those are great saws. And then if you really want something nice, then you step over what Brad has, and then you got to mortgage your kidney or something. I don't know.
You just sell your children to scientific experiments.
Yeah, it's a beautiful.
Don't need to sell them for that. Just send them to school.
You'll never want for anything more. You buy yourself a saw stop cabinet saw.
Yeah, I don't have
Yeah,
enough
you'll never
room.
cut your finger off.
I don't have room, but I still got all my digits. I've tried to cut my thumb off. I had the blade set just barely above the wood, so I just got a few stitches in it.
Well, like from what I do in the shop, I have, like I said, I have 3 table saws, but the way I set it up, I do everything off of a sled now. Unless I'm ripping plywood, everything's done on a sled. It makes production just so much easier.
There's a saw, man.
And a new photo.
What's that?
A new photo in the background there.
Yeah, that's my latest.
Oh, Charlie. How are you?
Good. So what's happening tonight?
Not much. I'm just burnt out from harvesting all my honey because it's gonna rain all week.
I'm with you. I'm barely hanging on here. I'm so exhausted.
Yeah, so my feet resting on the floor hurt. So I'm constantly.
How much honey did you make,
shuffling my
Alex?
feet around.
Do you know?
Sorry, what?
How much honey did you get?
Like 19 medium supers, and only like 4 frames that weren't full.
How many buckets?
I don't know. I have 9 full buckets right now.
How many?
I don't know how much.
How many buckets, Alex?
I have 9 full buckets right now,
Okay.
and I have 19 full supers ish.
So
it's
he's
like
probably got around 20
4 frames
buckets.
that weren't full.
Well, now his supers are deeps, right?
No, medium.
Mediums.
Medium.
So what, 35-ish pounds per supers?
Yeah.
Oh, right? Sorry.
I guess.
So 20 times 60 pounds, 1,200
19.
pounds. Around 1,200 pounds you should end up with.
Yeah.
If they're 5-gallon pails.
Around like I said the other day, I'm expecting around 1,200 pounds or so.
Well, it looks like you hit that. From
All from that one tree.
from the one tree. I doubt it all came from the one tree.
So do I. I'm just kidding because
Don't you fill your buckets up to like 55 pounds? It's not completely full.
I can't weigh them. I just like measure to 5 gallons and stop there.
Yeah, I mean, with me, I fill them. Usually they're like around 55 pounds a bucket, which is about like 3 or 4 inches below the top of the bucket, so I can pour them easier and stuff. So, well, that sounds good to me.
Hey, Charlie, do you know what the actual fill line is on the bucket? Is there an actual fill line for 5 gallons?
No, it's for honey. It's 60 pounds in a 5-gallon bucket.
No, I was just saying. I was just curious.
I mean, as far as a normal food grade bucket, which I use, it's probably about an inch or so below the top lip area, but I don't like it that full.
Even those make right buckets that allow you to measure, they stop at like 4 gallons. So you never know what the 5th gallon is. And I don't think it's all the way to the lip.
The way I work mine is I have those bucket sieves, and mine's got kind of like a flat bottom to it. I bring the honey up to the bottom of that sieve, and it averages.
The band is only 4 gallons. He's saying the bottom of that thick band is 4 gallons. Brian said.
Okay. Well, anyway, it comes out to where it's like 54, 50, 55 pounds when I come to the bottom of that sieve, and it's pretty consistent for me. So that's what I do.
So what you been doing today, Charlie?
Well, we were very busy in the morning with lumber picking up and people coming in and getting stuff, and that went all the way up to 12 o'clock. And then I was getting ready to go out to the bee yard, and I had seen this car come in, and it was my relatives from out of Virginia. So we spent several hours with them. So by the time they left, there was a storm coming in, and it was getting dark, but it hadn't started raining yet. I went out to the yard, and I was going to check on some of those new young.
Hey, Ian.
Hey, Ian. Check on some of them new young queens that I've been raising, and I had given them a quart jar of feed a couple of days ago, and did a little bit of that, and then this coming Wednesday, the weather temperature is going to be like in the mid to high 70s during the day, so it's time to put my second treatment on a Formic Pro. So I started pulling strips. While I was in the nukes, I'm like, well, it's been 7 weeks for these Aprivar strips. So I said, okay, I'm going to start pulling them out of the nukes. And I said, that'll save me a little bit of time. And so I started doing that. And then it started raining. And that's when I just quit and said, the heck with it for the day.
Same thing I did. I started working. I started marking queens that weren't marked and going through and doing hive inspections, and then it started raining. I was like, well, I guess I'm done for today.
Yeah. Well, it got, because of the clouds, it got so dark that I couldn't see eggs and larvae really clear. So I was tired. It was hot, and I just that
was the other thing. It was hot, and man, most of us beekeepers seem to, at least on the chat, wear glasses, right? And I swear, when I lean down, I can't see anything between the sweat that's landing in my veil and getting stuck in the screen, and the sweat that hits the inside of my glasses and runs down, and then my glasses start sliding down my face, and they end up like this. I'm constantly trying. It just gets to be a pain in the butt at that point. But the bees were doing all right. I mean, I'm really focusing on that one small colony that I got that bottom board on, and the girls are bringing in some, looks like goldenrod pollen today, and then here you go, Charlie. That's
some larvae in there and some
Here,
eggs.
I'm gonna blow myself up so you guys can see that a little bit better. But
oh, there's the eggs. You definitely eggs and larvae.
yeah, so that's the one. And you notice these bees, you don't really see any mite action going on. So the apivar strips seem to be doing their deal.
Yeah, well, the mites are going to be on their bellies anyway. They're not going to be on their backs.
Oh, I've seen them on the back before.
If you see them on their backs, you got a dead hive.
And
that's bad. That's really bad if you see them on the backs.
But they're doing pretty good, you know. That one, I mean, good for their situation. I'll say that. Are they exploding? No, but they are going. They're going on the upward trend and not the downward trend, and that was the.
So the beetle traps are definitely taking the pressure off.
Well, at least that one is. The other ones, I did a video on those today, and you see beetles going down and beetles coming back out and beetles going down. I'm like, yeah, something is not right. And because of that gap, when you pull it out, you can see beetles running in that area. So, but there were dead beetles in there as well. So, I mean, it is doing something to them, but is it enough?
Yeah, that doesn't look good. Don't sound good.
Or is it just going to be time? But we got the other bottom boards coming in, and my thing is now, do I swap those bottom boards out? I mean, I'll have enough to finish up everything over there and all of my big colonies on the side, right? So those, I'm probably going to leave those black ones in there where they're at and replace all the other ones. And then once everybody's got some kind of beetle treatment on it, then I'll start pulling the bottom boards with the black out and putting the oil bottom boards under there. Whenever they decide they're not $50, when they decide they're not $50, then I'll probably try one of those. That's the thing. And maybe, who knows, maybe the next ones I order, I'll just order from them. I've actually sent them a message through their contact us, and they never responded back. So I'll try to give them a phone call this week.
Hey, Charlie, to give you an update, you were asking me yesterday about or the day before about the colonies, and they're bone dry. There's not a single hive with any reserves in it whatsoever.
Any stores?
No, any stores? Nope, nothing.
And are they all stopped laying eggs and everything?
I wouldn't say they've stopped, but it's just there's not a lot going on in there. I mean, there's a lot of old brood, right? Cap brood, but there's not a lot of new eggs.
That's what I'm saying. They're not, when nothing's coming in, she's going to shut down.
Yep.
So now you're going to feed like hell.
Yep. Yeah. Now I'm worried because I've always been feeding for a month.
Drag a toad out there, drop you about 5 to 10 gallons of syrup in it, and throw some pine straw on it, and give the foragers something they can get to, and then drop.
The crazy thing is, when I pulled in tonight, man, they were just coming and going like mad. But I don't see any new pollen. I don't see any nectar. I don't know what they're doing, but they're coming.
Are you watching the entrances as far as when you don't see it going in through the entrance?
Well, I seen pollen coming in, but I mean, you don't see anything in the frames. So there's very little nectar or very little pollen that's being stored in the frames right now. Very little. Mm-hmm. It's like I said, if it's not brewed, it's empty.
Carl, you've been on the adult beverages tonight? You're muted. Carl gets feisty when he gets some adult beverage in him.
Oh, does he?
I was just watching some of his comments. I was like, "You've been drinking."
Well, the only thing I could say, Robert, is I would get some Ultra Bee pollen powder, and I would put a pile of that in on a bottom board with a either a lid or a box over top of it or something up on a stump or something and let them go at it. And that'll give them something to bring in.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I thought you meant, but all surrounding my hives is just goldenrod everywhere.
Well, then that should be coming in then.
Yeah, but they're not bringing. I mean, the bees are on it, but it doesn't seem like they're bringing that much into the hives. But there's goldenrod everywhere around them.
Do you have pollen in your hives?
That's what I'm saying. There's very little pollen. There's zero nectar, but there's very little pollen really.
You're gonna have to start feeding them like right now. They're either gonna die or they're gonna, for her to start laying eggs. She's not gonna do any laying if there's no food coming in.
They got fed today.
And you're going to go back tomorrow and refeed them again.
Maybe. I put a half gallon on each colony.
That might last 2 days.
I did put a few more holes in it because Brad was yelling at me. 3 holes isn't enough.
You're.
I don't think it was me that was yelling at you.
I was yelling at him.
It was Charlie.
The thing of it is, you can put them jars in there like that, and that's fine for a metered out. It's like, I think Brad was saying where Ian says flash feeding, where just a little bit of a small amount of feeding. Those quart jars with those holes like that is good for regulated feed going into the hive. Whereas if you had a top high feeder or a bucket feeder with that screen and all, where they can get a huge amount of bees on there to suck it down, then I found that it flips a switch in their head and they start storing it. If it's thick enough too.
I put 2 to 1 and I put 6 holes in the jar, and I increased my holes from I had little, I don't know what they are, if they're considered 8-penny nails or what they are. They're just little.
I use a 1/16 drill bit, and I'll go 12 to 15 holes.
Wow,
that's what I was just going to say. Get yourself a drill press and put that sucker on the highest speed you can possibly put it on.
Yeah, I stack the lids up. I'll do 10 lids at a time in my drill press and just go down through the whole stack and just drill them out.
Well, I don't think it's going to be a problem because when I was there 2 hours on each site, and in that 2 hours, I watched those containers just draining down. I bet they were an eighth of the way down within that 2 hours of that jar.
Are you saying like a couple inches?
Yeah.
All right, Philip's been trying to show us this container for like an hour.
I don't want to play one up, but when I put my jars on my nukes the other day, by the time I was done, the first ones are half empty.
Looks like a coffee jug.
Well, this is 2 quarts. I got this at Dollar Tree. They may not even sell it anymore. It was about a year ago. It holds 2 quarts. I drill 5 16th-inch holes in the top. At one point, I drilled almost an 1/8 inch, and that just dumped too much out.
Yeah, that's too big.
I get 4 of these in the thing I like about them is you can put them on a 1/4 inch shim, and they still fit in a medium box to use as a feeder shim because they're not very tall this way.
Is this going to blown away? But you're going to have a medium box.
Yeah, I use a medium box as my shim. So yeah, just stick them on 2 1/4 inch shim. You could put them diagonally across and get 4 of these in one. That'd be 2 gallons. And
the way that I was actually going to go with is trying to think of Bob Binney's buddy, Robert or Roger. He uses bags. He uses the Ziploc bags, 1 gallon Ziploc bags.
Are you still a backyard beekeeper, Robert?
He's got 350 colonies and he's using bags. So I don't know. Must work.
You don't get it. You got to pour it into them. October's around the corner.
I'll got till December or January, so I don't give a damn.
Yeah, but down there where you're at, it's warm. Up in where he's at, he's got the same temperatures that I got, and I like to be fed. If it's when it comes to liquid, I want to be done by Halloween at the latest.
Brad's taking all of his honey off today, and I'm getting ready to put mine back on in a week or two. All his supers, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not too worried about it. Like I said, I mean, how many gallons? Brad was saying he puts 5 gallons per colony, right, Brad? So if you figure I'm doing a half gallon twice a week, that's a gallon a week. That's 6 weeks to Halloween. So I don't think it's going to be a problem.
But his colonies also aren't probably 100% dry of nectar either. So he's already got some stores in there, and he's pumping that to them to feed them.
But we have a flow, though. Well, we should. Let me clarify that. We should.
You don't have a flow. If they're dry, you don't have a flow.
We don't have. We're not seeing any surplus, that's for sure. But we should be in a flow right now. We've got ragweed. We've got well, it's pretty much done blooming, but we've got the needle. We got the goldenrod. We've got all that. Asters. I mean, we've got everything going on.
All right, you got asters. You got goldenrod. You got pollen coming in. Should with those plants. Those are not nectar plants. I mean, I'm talking about heavy duty nectar flow or anything. You're going to get it's just like people talk about white Dutch clover. It only lasts for an hour or two in the morning before the sun burns all that nectar off. And the only time I ever see anything on that is a bumblebee. My honeybees are not on them things. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, your flow is over and gone. It's you need to be feeding strong and hard.
Well, to give you an idea, I've put 40 gallons in that tote, and they had it gone in like 3 hours.
Yep.
I mean, and I was going out and seeing some colonies that were like that too, the smaller ones. So that's when I started putting it directly to them. And now they're starting to get some stored in there as well. But
typically my colony, I'll feed my big hives with 2.5 gallon pail, and I'll feed them 2 of those pails, maybe a little more, just to kind of clean up in October. But typically, I'll put that first 2.5 gallon pail on there of 2-to-1 syrup, and it's gone in 3 or 4 days. And then I'll put the second one on it. It sits there for 3 weeks because then I got to dry it. The first one kind of plugs the whole thing up, and then they got to start drying that. And as they dry it, then they store more out of the second pail.
Now, Ian's pouring it to him right now. Of course, you know, environment up there where Brad and Ian are, it's different. I mean, winter's really around the corner, I think, for you guys.
Oh yeah,
and all that. But it's just like those 4 young nukes that I'm building up for winter. I've switched it over to Pro Sweet, just straight Pro Sweet instead of cutting it. And now you're starting to see them pack it into the comb, where when you pull the 5 frames up, there's, you know, a nice band of wet nectar in there for them. Where before that, they were drinking it down like crazy, and it was 50% Pro Sweet and Hive Alive and all that, and with water. And there wasn't really any storage. They took it all and they just ate it all. And I would presume a lot of it because the water, so much water, they got rid of the water. There wasn't much left. So, you know, it's, you know, the flow's done. As far as, you know, well, it's been done here since June or at the end of June. So
yeah, my flow sure went late. You know, it was even a week ago, 10 days anyway. There was no robbing out there. They were still putting in some nectar into those brood chambers. It was nice. I was pulling honey at the main yard, and it was nice and easy because there was no robbing. Now, holy smokes, it's insane. It's
Well,
just
now I will have to say between from July 1 and through August, I mean, as soon as I got done pulling my honey supers off, I put my third medium back on, which is part of the brood chamber for my winter configuration. And 95% of all, well, pretty much all those 10 framers in the background there, they've got that top box plugged out with honey, whether I don't know what kind it is, whether it's lanternfly honey or whatever. But
Hey,
you know,
Charlie, your spotted lanternfly. I was over in Pittsburgh 2 weeks ago, and there was a spotted lanternfly on the. I pulled in through Starbucks, and there was a spotted lanternfly there. So Pittsburgh now has them for sure.
Well, now it's not as this year. Last year, we it was our first year really getting them at a major amount of them bugs. Now this year, I've talked to everybody in my area, and it's way less. But I mean, they're still flying around them, you know, but not like they were last year. But I'm still saying that part of the honey that's in that in them hives are lanternfly, because I haven't fed, but they've stored that on there. That's going to stay on there, and then I'm going to top it off with sugar water.
They just started showing up here. Charlie, the lanternflies.
Yeah,
they really started popping up here in the last couple months. Before that, we didn't see them at all.
Well, last year they really hit us hard here. They finally migrated in here. Really, you know, they were everywhere, all over the place. This year, yes, you have them, but nowhere near the amount. But I still say their honeydew has contributed to the bees being able to fill that top super of honey, and which has helped me out a lot as far as, you know, reducing my sugar bill. I see Ian's question here, or comment. He's finished with the rocket fuel for the season, and he's just doing straight up heavy bulk feeding. My question is, do you feed rocket fuel in the fall with your sugar mix, or just only in the springtime to boost brood production? My experience was I fed it about 4 gallons per hive last fall, and it really boosted my spring brood production in the early spring. And
well, you said when you came in the spring, you were just packed out.
Oh yeah, I mean, I never seen bees, the amount of bees in my hives in my all the years I've been keeping bees.
If I may, I think he put rocket fuel in about the first half of his fall feed, and then the second half of the fall feed is just
all right. So that I did feed. That not planned last year. Let's see, I did 1,200 pounds. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 4 loads. That's 4 40-gallon loads. So I did 80 gallons of straight sugar water. And then I did 80 gallons of sugar water with Apis biologic in there, which equates out to like my 10 framers. They got about 4 gallons of Apis biologic, and then another 4 gallons of just straight sugar water. And that was just like, it blew them up in the springtime. I think because those bees were able to go up there. Oh, we were actually have nectar here with all the, you know, it's all in that stuff.
So it's more about the beekeeper than the bees. Really.
Trying to get him to feed it in all my winter
Andrew
feed.
wants to put it in all the feed, but he's too cheap to. He's trying to save money.
No, I mean, the guys that have, you know, I've done it this, you know, I did it last year, and I had all the bees in the springtime, and there were some expiring sideliners coming up, and They asked me about it. I said, yeah, it works. And I said, but you got to be careful with it. I said, that's the only thing I've kind of have. I was just wondering whether if I fed everything 100% with apis in it, whether that's going to really be too much as far as blowing my hives up in the springtime.
Well, just think how easy it was for you to split those nukes to sell.
Well, that was true. I mean, this year I didn't have to worry about looking for brood. When I wanted 3 frames of solid brood to put in those 5-frame nuke splits and to sell, it was easy. Just go in. Oh, there they are. Pull them out, put them in. And then I still had another 3 frames in the bottom box because I have 5 over 5, and I got enough to start the other colony to rejuvenate, my supply of
Charlie,
bees.
here's my take on this question. And I had this conversation with Ian last fall because I was thinking about this. I was starting to use Apis biologics, and I was kind of thinking, and don't forget that the regional difference in how we have to feed here. Wintering the bees on honey here is really a bad idea. There's a few honeys that make a decent winter feed, but in general, you don't want them to wintering on a lot of honey. You want them to winter on
you got too much ash and everything in there.
Right, because they don't go out for poop for 5 months.
Right.
So they need a pure feed, and the words of Dr. Curry, sucrose is king. So you just pound the sucrose to them and get them to store that. So because Andrew's formula takes pure sucrose and then adds back in the components that would make it more like nectar. Now, the question for myself is, am I going backwards here? Because I'm actually not wanting the bees to be eating honey, to be eating natural nectar during the winter. I want them to eat pure sucrose during the winter. So that was the question that I had, and that's why I called Ian up and said, it seems like maybe I might be going backwards if I add Apis biologics to everything for my winter feed. And obviously, according to Andrew, Andrew, according to Ian, Andrew wants him to feed it in all the fall feed. But I'm still questioning that. Like, why would you want to take a pure feed for the fall, which is what we're told to use by the science, and then turn it into what you're not supposed to be using? So that's still a question that I have in my head.
Well, and the difference between your situation and mine is that I get those days that are 50-ish, 48 to 50-ish throughout the winter, 1 or 2 a month maybe, where they can do some cleansing. Where in your situation, you got 4 to 6 months inside the barn, and there's no cleansing, and you're at 4C trying to maintain that 4C temperature so they are they're calm, I guess you would call it, or they don't eat a whole lot, and
they eat very little,
and that kind of thing. And you got a whole different ball game to sit there and manage compared to what I have.
And Dr. Curry did extensive research on this too over the years, and it's just not even close, the difference in benefit to feeding pure sucrose as compared to anything else like honey or nectar, whatnot. So that's just a question that I have.
All right, Apis biologic
comprises of digestible nutrients. It holds very little impurities.
Yeah, well, Andrew,
I mean, my explanation to people when you put that in that syrup is that the difference is bees will survive off of just eating syrup, but when you put Apis in it, they thrive off of it because to me, the best way I just explain it to people, it changes syrup to nectar. It just, it completely.
That's the intention. Yeah.
I mean, that's the best way I can explain
again, for me, for those 5 months, I need my bees to survive. right?
Well,
I need them to survive and come out of winter, and then I want to kickstart that. Then I want to start that up again. I want to kickstart that engine, get that Apis biologics in them, get the nutrition, and we get the warm weather and stuff, and to really start to kickstart that at that time. For those 5 months, I need those bees to survive because I need a cluster and a queen. And that's all I need.
well, when I looked at Dr. McNally's videos, and he's not a doctor, James's videos, right? So James fed it all, I think, in all of his feed, right? Once he pulled all the honey out. And in listening to him, he said it was his bees were just slap full. I mean, just like Charlie was.
Oh, I got caught off guard this spring. You know, I was going to make a video and I was going to work the bees like I normally did, where they were up in I have 3 mediums, and then, you know, come springtime, they're going to always be in the top 2 mediums, and the bottom medium was going to be pretty much completely empty with maybe a few straggler bees and no brood and no nothing in the bottom whatsoever. Not this year. There were bees from the bottom board to the roof. There was brood from the bottom board to the roof. And when you took the top off, they were overflowing like a volcano of bees, and which was wonderful, you know. But I have since then reevaluated my approach to that hive come next March.
So J.W. Irwin asked a question. He says, what y'all's thinking as to Apis biologics comparing to Hive Alive? And they're just totally different products. I mean, first of all, Cayman Reynolds made the statement that there's nothing, well, and Brad has said something similar, that his seaweed flow has been off for several months, that there's nothing in...
seaweed flow is very poor around here.
And Cayman said there's nothing in seaweed that his bees actively search for. Now, with that being said, the only thing that I've heard people really, the one thing about Hive Alive that people have really used as the sticking point is that it has some thymol in it, from what I gather. And that's been the silver bullet, I guess, that people equate Hive Alive with, is the thymol, where biocontrol has the nutrients in it that are found in floral nectar. And so I haven't used Hive Alive myself. Charlie's used it.
I've used it. The ingredients in it
are basically essential oils, right?
There is some study out of Europe with thymol and against nosema too. So there's definitely
that's
that.
what I was gonna. It has. This is the guaranteed analysis. Crude protein 0.3%. All right, let's get down to the.
It probably doesn't get very specific about what's in it.
It says dried seaweed. It's been rubbed off. It's it's LVIEAL or something like that. And then it says water, thyme or thymol, lecithin, and lemongrass oil. Well, lemongrass oil is gonna incite robbing, as far as I'm concerned.
Randy says Hive Alive keeps your sugar water from spoiling.
Oh, the bees eat it so damn fast that they don't have to worry about that.
So does vinegar and
a lot of things do. The man like Pro Health will keep it from spoiling.
Yeah, and the bees hate that stuff. I used that one time, a small bottle, and it's about as, you know, I went through the years, and I, you know, when I first started out, one of the girl that was teaching me, who's our inspector now for the state, they used
a lot of YouTubers.
Hive Alive. You can get some, not Hive Alive, but
they get paid.
What's the other stuff?
They get paid.
They get paid. That's the bottom line. Is that
that's right?
A lot of YouTubers talk about Hive Alive because they get. If you use their code, they're getting some money. If you buy it using their link, they're getting some money. So a lot of people talk about it because they're getting money, and you know that's truth. I mean, I learned about Apis Biologic watching Ian's channel, and so I tried it, and then afterwards I became a distributor. So it's do I get paid if you buy it from me? Absolutely, but I've got to buy all that product up front. So there's not a link for you to click and go to, and I get a kickback.
It's but like Brad was saying, the thymol, I believe, is a gut dysentery if they eat it, which in turn gets rid of the dysentery. Or
it has a positive effect on nosema infection.
On nosema,
according to some European studies.
And Bob, I think you can tell. You're a chemist guy. The lecithin, isn't that just a suspension agent?
It's an emulsifying agent.
It just keeps everything suspended in liquid. That's all that is. Lemongrass oil is a
terrible thing to put in your colonies during robin season.
Yeah. And you got the seaweed stuff, which mic
drop.
I don't know what that's going to do.
Hey, Brad, are you going to be you and Ian, are you guys putting in something this year to help with the gut infection that you guys found this last year?
What gut? I never had any gut infection.
No, Brad.
Oh.
And Ian, I know that severe. You guys, it was nosema, right? That's what you guys determined it to be.
Yeah, my case for sure.
Are you guys looking to do something this year where you're putting something in to your feed to help prevent nosema this year?
Yeah. Now you see, you've pushed the issue, Robert, and thank you very much. I wasn't sure I was going to talk about it, but I am going to use a product called.
You don't need to go hide.
I am going to use a product called Nosevit. It's supposed to be proven to have a positive effect on nosema levels. So that's about all I can say. I'm going to dump some of that in my syrup, along with some Apis for the first round.
I had heard that a lot of people that were using the Hive Alive, that was the sole reason they were using it, was to prevent the nosema. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, but that's just what I had heard.
Well, the other thing with that is, I mean, I've had it one year where my bees were, had poop going up the front of the hives a little, not really bad, but just a little bit, and the inspector came out and she said, yeah, there's been a whole bunch of people. It happened to be that year there was an issue with a lot of people's hives. And I thought, and at that time, I was all about these essential oils that I was putting in tea tree oil and all that stuff. And you know what all that amounted to was? It's just money out of your pocket. I quit doing all that, and I never was. What's the other one called? Not Hive Alive. It's it has essential oils in it and
Pro Health,
Honeybee Healthy.
Honeybee Healthy. Made right here in Maryland. It's rated right here in Maryland.
It doesn't have thymol in it.
Yeah, it's got all the same stuff in it.
To one of the scientists.
It doesn't have thymol in it.
I'm
pretty sure it doesn't have thymol in it.
Yeah, it doesn't.
I was listening to one of the scientists there. I don't remember. It wasn't David Peck, but it was one of those people. It was actually a woman, I believe. But they were saying that when you see the, in the early spring and you see the poop all over
my gosh,
just shit everywhere.
Look at the dragged in.
That's not nosema. They can
dysentery.
They can have shit everywhere and it not be nosema. It's just a matter of whether they have the bacteria. It's bacteria, right, Ian? That's in their gut.
There could be nosema
that's
in
true.
I just hopped in here,
which can be contagious.
All right, go ahead, Ian.
If I have some latency here, I'm going to hop off. But am I coming through right on the mic?
You're doing fine. Sounding good.
Oh yeah, good. So I missed the conversation as I was coming in, so I'm not sure what the question was.
The question at hand, really, Ian, is the poop on the front of the hive as it relates to nosema. Like people often see the poop on the front of the hive and say, "Well, you got nosema." That's not necessarily the case, though, is it? However, if there's nosema involved, the poop can contain those nosema spores, so it can be a contagion as well.
Yeah.
So that's the question at hand. And there's so much that's not known about Nosema serrana. Nosema apis, they kind of had that down, but that doesn't occur anymore. In most cases.
Yeah, that's my understanding of it also. Looking in the shed, just seeing a poopy front doesn't necessarily mean you have nosema, but you can have a poopy front and have nosema at the same time. So I think I run into that issue this last spring. Well, I was doing my testing. I wasn't seeing a correlation.
That's right. You were looking at where you had the poop on the lids of your feeder buckets, where they were drinking the water.
Yeah, and I found it there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what are you going to do?
I think that's after I was starting to get a spread throughout my apiary. I think I was getting, I think the growth of nosema was outpacing my testing, if that makes any sense. I wasn't keeping up to what was actually happening. And so I was very late in my treatments. I should have been, when I was talking to Brad about it last spring, do I have nosema? Do I don't? Should I treat? Should I not? I should have just treated right at that time, but I didn't know.
So are you going to be putting on some kind of a treatment here before winter to prevent that from happening in the spring, or is that such a thing?
Yeah, I have, and I don't know enough about this product to actually understand how it actually works through the winter, but I've treated with fumagillin. I've treated like in the middle half of August with my first round of feed. My thinking was to, if there's any nosema infection, to clean up the bees as much as I can as they prepare that nest. And now I'm going to follow through with testing, a very intensive testing for nosema, just to see where my levels are maybe at. And if they haven't changed at all, then maybe I'll follow through with a winter treatment just to make sure I have things under control, because I don't want to get caught with it again.
Do they have something that you can put in the winter feed that they can store, that as they consume it, it'll treat their gut, or not?
Yeah, that's how they recommend the fumagillin, is to treat it with your winter feed so it stores within the nest and they consume it through the winter. Yeah, but I used to use it back when I was infected with Nosema apis, but when Nosema serrana hit the scene, my testing was so variable that I just said, screw this, and I focused exclusively on nutrition. And maybe I'm a little bit, maybe I was too confident with myself that I was just being able to handle the disease situations with nutrition alone. Last spring, the disease just overwhelmed everything, and it actually humbled me quite badly. So I'm following through with the treatments, making sure they're good, get them out of winter, and then I'm going to take it. I'm going to reassess after that.
You, in a couple of videos back, the white powder that you were spreading with your hive tool, is that a nosema treatment?
Yeah.
Colombian gold.
No, that was no. No, it wasn't drugs. Well, it was a drug, but not a drug. That was oxytetracycline, just to manage a bacterial infection. I just had a mild, because all my issues, like I had everything present itself to me this year. And I had an European foul brood infection just kind of flare up in some yards. So I wanted to make sure that I had that under control this fall during the robbing season, to make sure I didn't have like a spread of that all throughout.
Yeah.
And just, I didn't want to. Yeah. I want to make sure, like, European fallow brood, not American fallow brood. American is European fallow brood is what I was.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
Hey, do you have any belief that thymol has a effect on the on what you're dealing with?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of science behind that. Just I had a bad experience with it a while back, so I'm not using the product. But I know commercial beekeepers are using the product, and they seem to be, I don't know. Although they lost most of their hives last year too, so who knows? But
yeah,
I mean, the science is there. You can look at it.
Yeah, and they have that new, I don't know if you want to call it drug, that they feed the queen for American foul brood, but they typically only provided, I think, after you have it, but I don't know the science, the exact science behind it, but I know there's something they're treating the queen with, and then the queen every egg that she lays after that's immune to American foul brood. Have you looked into that stuff at all?
Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah, I heard about that technology coming down the pipe, and I think it might even be available to being used in California, if I'm not mistaken. But that's exciting, and if we can translate that into something like European foul brood too, where we can inoculate the queen to be able to pass on this, and I'm going to say science because I don't understand it, but pass it on to her, offspring to protect the nest. That's groundbreaking. There's a lot of beekeepers in like Alberta right now. I know for a fact that they can't use oxytetracycline because the fallow brood's resistant to it. They can't use tylosin because the fallow brood's resistant to it. They need other options to be able to manage these bacterial infections. This could be something that we could tap into that could reduce a lot of the dependence on antibiotics. It's a pretty exciting thing. I want to learn more about it. Maybe we can bring it up here into Canada too.
That's I like that you said that way. I want to learn more about it. So, as far as we're all concerned, you're like the pinnacle of beekeeper, right? I mean, as far as YouTube beekeeping, it's like, oh, this, it's for me, it's you, and then it's Bob Binney. You're like right there, right? So it's like you're still saying, I'm still learning all the time. So it should show all of us novices here that that you never stop with that. It's always going to present itself as a learning opportunity.
That's what makes beekeeping so interesting.
Well said.
You never stop learning.
Hey, Ian.
I'm going to mute you again, man, because you're banging stuff around.
Can anybody hear me? Hello?
Yeah.
Hey,
Go ahead. No.
you seem to depend, or at least in the past, have depended a lot on open feeding in the spring. Or do you think that that's a vector for spreading the nosema when they're all feeding out of the same big tub?
Definitely can't be good. Because if there's infected bees that drown in there, then you're just going to inoculate's the wrong word, but you're going to spread that amongst them all. So maybe I shouldn't be doing that. Workload comes into play too at sometimes. I've pulled back away from open feeding this fall just because I'm a little bit more hesitant and I'm focusing more on pale feeding. But now that we're getting to bulk, I'm pouring it to them right now with open feeding. It's what more? I don't know what to say more about that other than I got to manage my workload at the same time, right? And that's a real easy way to get.
Now, part of that nosema issue is the fact that in Canada the bees are pent up for 6 months, right? They just can't go and relieve themselves and naturally eradicate.
Yeah, I don't know. I know what you're getting at, Bob, but I don't know if I agree with that because there's a lot of beekeepers all through the states are seeing severe losses, and I think nosema is an underlying factor of a lot of the losses, and even California down to Florida, Texas, all these places where they don't seem to believe nosema is actually a problem, but it's there, and I think it's a fundamental issue with the health of a lot of these bees. And then you get viral infections coming in because the varroa mite just compounds the situation, and it's taking colonies down. It's increasing losses to a lot of beekeepers, and it's nosema is the one disease that links most all beekeepers with their losses wherever you're talking, through Canada or through the States. So we have to recognize that just because the bees can fly doesn't mean they can shed it. I mean, the infection's there and it's going to take the bees down, just like a scouring calf, right? The animal, if it's sick, of a sick gut, it's going to fall from other problems, right? And it's going to influence it and they're going to die. So,
well,
don't
for me,
just think that because they're flying, you won't have problems with nosema.
For me, I just raise hive beetles and then bee colonies move in. It's kind of like it's a fight until a hockey game breaks out, right? It's the same thing here. We got hive beetle colonies that bees move into, and so I made the comment the other day, and I'm leaning more to it, is that I have a harder time down here just if I can get my bees to winter, then I'm okay. It's after the honey flow until our pseudo winter down here to where those beetles and wax moss and all that subside. If I can get them to that point, I'm golden until spring. But right now, I'm losing the biggest percentage of colony. I lose more now than I do in the spring. So and we talked about this last night, Brad, is that I think overall our losses are probably the same. It's just different times of the year that we're losing the colony.
I don't know, because Brad was just talking about earlier. He just lost 25 colonies or something, didn't you say, Brad? So
Well,
yeah, that's a little high for normal, but definitely there's a normal summer loss because there's always those that are going to try to supersede. There are always those who are going to try to swarm. They're not going to requeen. In the honey flow, I'm not necessarily watching that either. So by the time I know that, I can't do anything about it. I spent this afternoon pulling dead outs, shaking them out. And, I don't want to do it, but I also don't want to pour a whole bunch of feed and treatments into them.
It's much easier to salvage that equipment and then split back to them in the spring.
Sure. Yeah, I remember freaking out 2017. I was losing my mind because I was finding so many dead colonies, and and Ian talked me down off the ledge. It's okay. It's normal. People just don't talk about it, he says. Yeah, okay. 10% loss.
It's like
over the
they
summer.
say, take your losses in the fall instead of the spring. It's
Yep.
better that way.
I mean,
it just stings a little bit more right now because Brad and I have gone through a tough summer and we don't have the build. Although you built quite a bit of nukes up, Brad, haven't you? See, I built the nukes
100.
to be able to, I take that summer loss, whatever. I just throw some nukes into those spots and then carry on with life. So you'll be able to do the same.
Yeah, you should. If those nukes do winter well, I should. But I was going to say, with the number of colonies that I've culled out and shaken out, that equals about $800 of winter prep between feed treatments, feed and treatments that I don't have to put into them. So it's well worth the effort. That's a lot of dough.
Ian, are you still holding? I think you said at 30% on your nukes. Is that still what you're doing on your overall management?
Yeah, well, not this year, but I plan on that getting back into it next year, if not maybe even more. I've kind of I've been dabbling a little bit more with this full bulk bee split, and it's really working out for me this year. I've dabbled with it in the past, and it just kind of, did it work? Did it not work? A lot of work. But I've made up 55 colonies, and they're just absolutely spectacular right now. So I'm looking at maybe to combine, get that 30% nukes going in the spring, then also maybe supplement maybe another 100 or 200 nukes at the end of the season to make use of some of those bulk bees. For insurance, for sales, it's there. I'll put carry on it, So
where are you getting your queens for those bulk splits?
I got those from Kona. They're really good queens. They're just terrific queens. Yeah.
But they're part of Oliveira's as well, right? Is that big BIQ, Big Island Queens, or something like that? Or is that a different company?
Yeah, I didn't buy those ones. I bought the ones from Kona.
Now, Ian,
those were the only ones available at the time.
With you having Carrie producing all those queens, why is it that you still need to buy so many queens?
Well, it's, when do I cut my losses? And it's also workload. In the spring, it's really easy to make queens. You get into the summer months, you start losing to predators like dragonflies and birds or whatever. And I just find my success rate dropping to almost half. Sometimes we run some good ones. This year we run a good batch, and then we run into a really lousy batch because there's so many variables later on in summer. So we just focus, like I'm a honey producer, so I just focus on the honey. As soon as that honey starts blooming, beginning of July, that's our focus is only on honey. But I think maybe I might try to redirect some of that focus throughout the summer periods and get carried down to the nest more and make more nukes. Maybe try to push that queen rearing a little bit further. Brad, you had pretty good luck this year, eh, with your nukes, your mating.
Yeah, it went really well. A little bit of a slow start, but it turned out really, really well. I basically ran out of equipment, so I kind of had to stop. I wish I could have done one or two more grafts. It was actually Carrie's graft was the last one. It was the 17th of July. So I really wish I had gotten another graft in so that I'd had queens for some of those August splits
Yeah.
that you're talking about. Because
What
I
were
got
you
just
running, like
bees coming out of my
75% success? Or sorry, were you running 75% success, or where was your range?
Yeah, you know, I don't really write down the numbers, but I have really fantastic success in July for mating. My mating success in July is scraping 100%. I'll have very
Yeah.
few mating failures in July. You know, in June, yeah, 80%, you know, in there. So
How about
it
your
was, yeah,
August
I had
ones?
very, very good. Well, I didn't mate any in well,
Oh,
what was the last ones? Yeah, see, I didn't graft after the 17th, so I didn't really have any mating going on into August, really. Not far into August, anyway.
Have you guys tried doing the two frame mating nukes for your summer, your August queen rearing?
Well, I don't have that equipment, but I make my mating nukes rather weak, usually. My smallest boxes are 4 framers, and I'll run 1 frame of brood and bees in there for a mating nuke. And for me, that works fine, as long as the weather is decent. You know, it's not too cold.
Well, I was just thinking if like for Ian, when he's trying to make up a whole lot of queens coming into the end of the season, you know, could you get away with up there? Could you get away with doing like the 2 queen nukes, mating nukes?
See, I'll just make a comment. I'll let Ian comment on it, but I'll make a comment on that. I was just telling my wife tonight. You know, I was saying, you know, I have to keep evolving this process that I've got going here because things went really well for me this summer. I produced a lot of nukes. I've got a lot of nukes going into winter, but it was too much work. I found myself transferring bees a lot from this box to that. Get him in a bigger box. Get him in a bigger box. Get him in a different box. So I need to fine tune that and start them out in the box that they're going to end up in. And I know that's what Ian's been doing. And there's advantages, disadvantages either way. When I have a mating failure, I don't lose much because I haven't allocated very much resource to that mating nuke. I've only got one frame of brood in there, and so I, you know, I'm not losing a lot of resource because when it comes down to it, percentages wise, when you count up the percentages of nukes I produce, according to how many colonies I produce way more nukes than Ian does, right? Percentages wise, but his nuke production is a lot less work per unit. And so I'll let Ian comment on that now because I know you do it a lot differently with your 6 framers.
yeah. Well, I might separate that into 2 parts because the first is I make the nukes in the spring. I rear the queen and build the nuke out around that queen, and then that it holds itself through the winter the next year. Like I don't. I'm not going to stray from that model because that's, you know, as soon as I get that queen mated, she also turns into $350 if I can get her through the winter, right? So that part's going to stay intact. It's just adding on to it through the summer season to build these. Like I'm trying to think of, you know, instead of buying these queens in for these late season bulk bee splits, I can just rear them. And how do I manage all that workload while we're all busy? How do I get all those queens that I need at that one point of time, how do I bring all those mesh? How do I mesh all those gears together? And I think what I'm going to try to do is kind of like what Brad's saying there, is just make smaller splits, mating nukes starting in probably July, and make these queens all the way through July into August, and just have those, smaller nukes manage those queens, just hold those queens almost like a bank until I need them into August, and then take that small little nuke, K-Jack queen, a little bit of brood, drop it into that bulk bee split, and boom, where we go. But it makes me tired just thinking of all that work. So I'm not, it's easy to buy queens from Kona because they come into Winnipeg. I pick up 55 queens and I bring them back. I put them into the hive and they're doing a great job. So why would I want to stray from that? But I'm trying to, nothing wrong with those queens, but I'm going through all my stock here in the fall and guess which bees are the best bees, which hives are the best. It's my colonies that are out producing absolutely everything that I've brought in. And I brought a lot of stock in this year. And they're just my stock. I walk up, I work with them. They're working for me. And then I walk over to an Italian. It's like, come on, guys, figure it out. They're going to make it through winter, but they're just not responding to the environment the same way that my bees are right now. Like, my bees are still brooding, they're still eating protein, they're sucking her down, they're laughing and dancing and having a great time. And those Italians, they seem to just kind of they're staggered themselves as they're going. And the New Zealand, I won't even get on to them, but I just want to try to bring in more of my own breeding into my operation because it just makes me happy. They're making me money. So that's just why I'm thinking that way. But at the same time, the time clock rules the day, right? So I might end up just buying those queens into late fall because
I think
really
it's like
working.
If you watch like Bob Binney and his crew, like he's got a crew that's building boxes for those nukes for his breeding, and then he takes out. I think he's only doing 2-frame nukes on most of his, and he takes them out and spreads a couple hundred across the field or whatever it is, and then he uses some back at his own apiary, and then he sells some of them. But in general, though, he's got a crew of guys that are producing this equipment, and so they can sell it. But I mean, it's something you guys don't have on hand, right? It's not something that you guys don't carry those little baby nukes, right? I mean, you pretty much are 6-frame and 10-frame equipment.
Not familiar with what Bob uses, but are you talking like the smaller minis, or is he?
He uses a 4-frame nuke, but what he does is he puts 2 blanks. From what I've seen, is he takes like 2 blanks, puts them on the outsides, and then he puts two frames in the middle, and then that gives him something to grow.
So he's not using a 2-frame nuke; he's using a 4-frame nuke.
True, he's using a 4-frame, but he's
use a
doing
2-frame.
He's doing a 2-frame breeder nuke.
That's kind of what you do, Brad, right?
The difference between a nuke and a nuke box.
Yeah, but
it's a 4-frame nuke box, but he's changing it into a 2-frame nuke.
Bob has a lot more time to build those up. You guys have spring is June, summer is July, and fall is August, and the rest is winter.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. I always talk about doing these little 1-frame brood and a mate and a virgin queen and let her mate and she'll build up. If I'm using all drawn comb, she'll grow into 6 frames in winter. However, I gotta go 18 months before I get $1 off of that queen. Right? She has to winter, and I'm going to lose a percentage of those over the winter. So now I'm into the negative because I've already allocated the equipment, the feed, the treatments, and worked the hours that I've spent on that nuke, and some of them are going to die, and then they've got to come out in the next year, go into 10-frame equipment, make me a honey crop, then I got to sell that honey crop. It takes a long time to make any money at all off of that queen. These early splits, early to mid-May that I can do, those are going to make me money. And if they end up getting culled at the end of the summer or they don't make the winter, they've already made me money. So that's the big difference between these two. There may be numbers out there. I may have 100 nukes going into winter, but those 100 nukes have made me this much revenue so far. They're
So
all
that's the main
liability.
issue is if you were to take let's say you took a 10 frame and you split it in the early spring, and you had a full box of bees, that's 10 frames, and you split it out to 5 2-frame nukes, you've lost production on that colony for the entire year to build out 5 nukes is what you're saying.
Depends on when I do it.
The thing
Like
of it
I
is,
do
if you
say,
watch Ian's video about his battery, he talk about where it's the 3-way pallet. It takes a whole season for him to get those 3 hives. It goes through the summertime, through the wintertime, and then finally he gets to take and build it up into honey producing hives. The way I get it.
well,
And
with
you were
Ian's
talking
process,
about
the nice thing is they make a honey crop the first year, so you do get something off of those nukes the first summer,
yeah,
and
that's right
then
because you got the tower.
the ones that die in the winter, they've already made you a little bit of money. Whereas, kind of what I'm doing with these, that's it. They have made nothing so far, so they have to come out into next year and make some money. That's not necessarily the best way.
But like I
Unless I'm
think,
just doing it for bees. I can sell the bees in the spring and there's my crop, right? There's the money that I make on them.
or like you were asking Ian about making queens this year. I think from the way I viewed it through your videos is that you didn't have any extra bees in order to produce queens. Cell builders and all this other stuff. He was trying to just save the honey crop bees and try to build that up just to get, production back up and running. Which,
yeah, it's a terrible thing with Nosema is it just kills your workforce. They're always down, dwindling in numbers. So I was fighting bee numbers all the way up until the honey crop, and I had to protect. I had to protect my honey crop, so I couldn't pull down my colonies any more than they actually were. I need the honey crop, so that is that's the main focus, protecting the honey crop, and all the rest falls. That's why I bought in the stock, is just I couldn't compromise those colonies.
Your nukes.
I had an insurance program too. We do have a winter mortality bee insurance program. And I fell into a payment on that, which allowed me to be a little bit flush with spending also. So so all the spending that you've seen was because I had money in my hand because of that safety net program. So that played a big factor in my decision-making process also.
Ian, your nuke program is that your 6-framers? Is that what you call your nuke frames, or your nukes is your 6-framers?
Yeah, I build them into 6s. They're just a terrific way of doing it. Yeah. I have 5s too. They're a little more cumbersome though. That one frame seems to make all the difference. I don't know what you guys find, but my little 5s, they'll be chugging along. I have 5s that'll make like 5 boxes over top of them. I throw them through winter and they're a little bit of tough spring and they just struggle a bit. So I have to work at them to get them going. But those 6s, that extra frame, I don't know if it's an extra frame of feed or extra frame of brood that's just a little bit bigger. Maybe they're just a little bit bigger. They can handle more through the spring. When we run into a tough spring, they're just problem free. To pretty much transfer them to a 10 and just stack them up. I'll never stray off this 6. If I do anything, I'll get rid of my equipment's starting to rot on me anyways. I'll probably just burn all the 5s. But as soon as I do, I'll be buying 6s, not more 5s.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what is that? That's 20% more. Is that right?
It's 20%. Yeah, the space, 20% more space. So I was going to point that out, that it's not a small increase. It's
the Canadian invasion is complete now.
It's a 2-way pallet club.
Yep. It works though.
The 2-way pallet club.
2-way pallet club.
I've been watching
I left the camera off because I'm just driving back in from the apiary. It's dark, so you can't see anything anyway. So, but interesting conversation.
That's it. That's all you want to say? Was interesting conversation. We were expecting some grand insight to the conversation.
Well,
I know what.
Jesus Christ! This is a talk show, for God's sakes. Talk.
I was trying to put some comments in the down below because I mean, I think everybody knows I'm dead set against small splits, right? But that's just what's worked for me. I have found that a large split, I can requeen way quicker. So if I was to make a large split early in the spring, as long as my grafting program is going good, I will far outmake the nukes if I, more, or the number of nukes than what I would if I tried to take that hive and make small splits. So I've proven that to myself time and time again. So, I mean, it's just a different way of doing it, I guess. But I'm very much in favor of a strong split every time.
I think down south, down where Bob is, and that they can get away with 2 and 3 frame splits
early.
Anywhere up north, like where we are. I mean, I'm not even close to Canada, obviously, but you can't get away with just 2 frames or 3 frames. You have to have 5 or 6 frames, and I'm really falling in love with the 6x3 boxes myself, and I'm only in Pennsylvania, so I couldn't imagine trying to do 2 and 3 frames unless you're down in the south like Bob is.
Well, we had the jury's out. So Brad and I talked about this with the battery, right? My battery went dead. No, I mean, it just didn't do. And
didn't get there.
No. So with the three nukes, they were chugging along. So the 6 frame. This first time I've tried 6 frames at all was this season, and my starter finisher was a 6, and then I went 6/6, and it went gangbusters. Right, it blew up. But in the battery situation here, the 3 nukes just never really decided they were going to start moving out of that 6 frame box. They did start going up, and I think even right now I've not harvested any honey, not pulled any honey out of there. I think I've got 1 to 2 frames out of 20 frames that have honey in them in the top. So it, not to say it didn't work. It's probably me, something I did wrong, right? But it wasn't what I thought it was going to be when I made it. I'll just say I thought it was going to do much better, and it just, for whatever reason, didn't. And that could be geographic. It could be the fact that we just don't make that much honey right down here. So, where you guys are stacking 4 and 5 deeps on top of your colonies up in Canada to get your 200 pounds per colony. Well, that national average down here is 50 pounds, one single deep, right? Isn't even full at that point. So it's like now I'm taking 3 nukes and trying to get them to fill 2 deeps, and it's just the numbers don't add up if you do the math on it, right? So,
well, I tried 4 of them, so I went 4x3s, so there's a dozen, and I learned from it, and watching Ian and watching Brad up there and talking about them and everything else, and I learned, like, I was in the middle of a flow, and I found just like Ian and Brad both said, if you look at the boxes when you open up, you have 2 supers on top and 2 supers on top, 2 supers on top. You flip a board and you go, something wrong with the queen here, because it's not funneled right up through it. And you learn it, and you have to do it. And out of the 4 I did, 3 of them worked really, really well. And it's a learning process, and I'm going to keep playing with it and that. But I like it, So we'll see. Going in the winter, I'll see how it works out for me, and I'm going to play with it and keep working.
I've enjoyed it. See y'all later.
Thanks, Philip.
Good night, Phil.
Good night,
See you,
Philip.
Phil.
Hey, Ian, I was telling Brad the other night, and originally I keep saying I need to figure out what I'm, as far as beekeeping, what I'm going to do when I grow up, because I keep coming into these different ideas of what I want to do, how I want to manage my apiary. And I had seen how you guys did the 3 6s, and I thought that was pretty amazing. And I wanted to go that route. And then I also seen what Brad was doing a couple of years back with the taking 2 10s and then putting a single stack of 10s on top of it, so you could still have access to the brood. Because I do a lot of equalizing, but and maybe too much. I know Brad or Bob mentioned he was discussing that with you last week or something. But anyway, my question with if are you seeing the same thing Brad's seeing with the 6 frames about some queen problems, like managing that with the 3 6 frames side by side? Are you seeing queen issues, or is that not typically an issue for you?
You're muted there, Ian.
What kind of issues are you seeing, Brad?
Well, I wouldn't say it's as big an issue as it was with the shared tens that I used to use, but sometimes because of the shared spaces, when one of the units wants to requeen, it just doesn't because they've got queen pheromone present and they just fizzle out. So
Yeah,
that's
I
the
had that
only
problem.
queen, if you want to call it a queen issue. It's a requeening
Yeah,
issue, really.
Yeah, exactly. They won't requeen, like never. If they swarm off, if they try, they'll never reestablish that little unit. So you have to make sure if you're using shared space like that up top, like generally we're making nukes, that you make them with fresh queens. You can't use old queens because they'll just there's not enough space for them, so they'll just tend to swarm off. So you want to make them later on in the season, like that magical time, the solstice, make those queens around that time or after, so that the queen, by the time she builds up her massive population, she's already thinking of going down already into fall, so she never does, send off that swarm. As long as you leave enough space up top to hold all the surplus, that those units will not swarm on you. I'm a firm believer. Like I go down there, there's 6 frames solid a brood, and she just walks from one side of the and she goes the other, and she just keeps laying all the way across. And I'd never, and I'll say this firmly, I've never ever seen one of my 6s swarm before. I've never seen it. I'll have failures. So my failures. And they'll try to switch the queen out like a supersedure or whatever. That's a bust. They won't do it. They just can't do it because there's too many smells, I think, going on there. So I see about if I take a picture of my yard right now, there'll be in a yard of 60, maybe there'll be 4 holes. And I have my Italians too. I put my Italian packages into 6s, some of them into 6s, and I run in because they're shitty queens. So I shouldn't say that. They're not shitty queens. It's just I had trouble with some of the queens for whatever reason.
Which makes them shitty queens. Well, you can say
well, no.
You can't say it on every stream, but you can say it on this stream.
Yeah, but I don't want to say that because the queens are probably good. It's just I'm blaming probably other factors for the queen maybe failing, like transportation from Italy. The queens, I think, got cooked. So there's probably issues there. So shitty queens usually leads back to the producer, right? I do sell queens and cells from time to time, and people say shitty queens step to make shitty queens. Well, yeah. So at any rate, what I'm trying to say is you want to make sure though the units are fresh, and you want to make sure that the units have lots of space up top so they don't get plugged out inside. And the other thing that I found. Other producers are talking to me who are trying to do it more of a mass scale. They'll have the 3s pointing the same direction, and they tell me the hives will drift to the outsides and leave the center with a very small nest. I have mine pointing like the 2 one way and 1 the other way, and that relieves absolutely all the drift. And I have even-sized units right across the board. So that's basically all the rules I play by, and I have very little problems with them.
The way I had to deal with that problem with shared space is I just took the colony, put it in a single 10 frame deep, and moved the queenless colony, and just took the queen red one and put it into the double nuke. That solved the problem. The queenless one that killed the queen I gave them just made a new one, everything's hunky dory. Yeah, it's a pain in the ass. I won't be able to do that once I reach like a larger scale. It's a lot of work to save one colony.
I
Ian,
fixed up, like I had one of my Italian queens die on me, so I had, like was said earlier, you pop the lids, you can see because they stovepipe up, and this one was nothing there. So I went down, and sure enough, the queen went queenless, and I just happened to catch a swarm. So I took the swarm and shook it down into that box, and I newspapered them over top of the excluder just to kind of confine them in that 6, just to let them climatize to their box, and then they chewed through the newspaper to mingle, and everything was fine, and they filled that side right up to the top in no time because they're a fresh little swarm. So I think it's all to do, I think Brad had mentioned this, it's all to do with the smells in between. I used to think that as maybe when I was making my nukes, maybe my colonies would merge a lot easier because they're all sisters, because I'm breeding from my own breeders, and there's a likeness to my stock. But I bought BCBs in, and I bought in 2 different types of queens from totally different suppliers, and I've just randomly put those queens all over the place, totally different queens. It didn't matter. They mingled and merged just beautifully.
so
I still say, Ian, you need some of this good Alberta stock.
Well, maybe I'll make a drive up there and get some.
Maybe I should just bring some next time I'm coming.
That sounds like a deal to me.
Yeah, when you're saying you're requeening, or you're creating, are you requeening or creating new virgins when you set up your nukes at the solstice? So basically, the 3rd week of June, you go in and you create these new nukes and you stack them up, right, 3 wide, and then you run those until the spring, or do you run and then you requeen them, or they're full production hives next spring and they're not in the 3-pack anymore? Does that make sense? Am I saying that?
Yeah. So the first season I developed the queen. It's all about developing that queen, and the nest develops around her, and then that nest gets that queen through the winter. Like I focus on queens with my operations. The queen is the one that it's the heart of the colony. A good queen makes you lots of money. A bad queen dies off. So I developed that queen in the spring with a little bit of bees, and I developed that queen. Develops a nest. The nest gets that queen through into the spring in that 6, and I transfer them into the 10. They turn into production colonies. They go right in, and then off they go. I don't see them again.
Okay.
I'm not sure if I answered your question.
So yeah, you're fine. So I was just trying to say that you're not keeping a 6 frame year to year and just requeening it. You're graduating that 6 frame to a 10 frame in the spring, and then you're starting over with a new 6 frame by introducing a new virgin and creating 3 new 6 frame nukes. I was just wondering, can you just requeen every year at the solstice and then just continuously run 6 frames?
You could, but then you're missing out on a huge advantage of these little nukes. I'll make these nukes up in the 1 year, and I keep them tight. That queen is just established herself. She's ready to stretch her wings, and then she gets into fall mode, and she's ready to explode. So she's holding this in this tight little cluster all winter. She comes out in the spring. Those are my best producers, because those queens come out of winter. Pow! I'll make a split off those colonies, and I'll make like a full stack of boxes that summer. There's just something about establishing a queen, getting her through that first winter, and that is the best production hive you'll ever experience. So that's one of the reasons why I do it, is because of explosive growth the next year. I put them into my operation to make me money, and then I split off from the other colonies to make up these nukes again, to start that cycle again.
But there's a key component to that, though, is the fact that you have drawn comb resources. So you're not drawing comb in those, right? She can go straight to laying, and there's no time retardation, if you will, as far as the growth. because of having to draw a comb for her to lay in and stuff like that. So if you have the resources, that makes it all that much more.
The other benefit of it is the other benefit of it is Charlie, I kind of did the same thing. Like I have all new queens this year, 2023 queens, and my queens are just they're hitting their peak or their prime, and really starting to get going here, kind of really late in the fall, which is why I've got sheets of brood, and I think I tried to show that in one of my shorts. But those queens, or that queen, is just starting to get there. So, and just right at the time where they're shutting down. So, to Ian's point, come next spring, when they come out of the barn, and you start feeding them, early in the spring, they're going to lay those sheets of brood up like that. So you're going to be at full strength. Well, actually, probably before the solstice. So those new queens, to get them and to keep them tight like that, I learned that off of, I think you had a video on that, Ian, like 2 years ago. And, you kind of showed how you were doing that and making those new queens. And that's something that I've tried this year. And like I said, I'm expecting to come out in the spring, I hope, full bore.
So if you're creating this virgin, whether it's in your case May or something like that, and then you're throwing her into a 6 frame, and then you're running her through the winter and then out into the spring, and then she goes into a 10 frame, and then you start over every year, where is the point where you're stuffing out that the last year's queen and requeening that colony? Because obviously you're not going to let that queen go through another year, right?
Yeah, so everything cycles its way through. It's one of the reasons. This is very specific to my operation and management. If you talk to a beekeeper that migrates, or migratory beekeeper, they can't do this. They have to requeen every spring because they need to know that queen is young and fresh and not trying to switch herself out all the way through the season when they're trying to move them. Because as soon as they move that colony and she's trying to switch it out, that colony's dead, right? So there's different beekeepers you're talking to. There's a lot of beekeepers that move their colonies around. They can't do this type of management. The way I'm doing is I'm cycling my colonies, and I'm allowing my colonies to, in a sense, freshen themselves up with a new queen if they feel that's what they want to do. So I allow them to go through that process because I'm a stationary beekeeper. Hive's not going anywhere, so they can fulfill that cycle. I'm assessing my colonies all the time too, and I don't know if you notice on my videos, and I just fuss. I'm looking at my colonies all the time to see what's going on, and as soon as they look at me sideways, I pull them and put them back into the nuke operation, pinch off that queen and put a queen cell in there to get them going again. I don't let the colonies fail. I call them place takers because they'll just sit there and fail all year, and you'll spend time and money into them and they won't make any money, right? So I try to identify the ones that are failing on me and pull them away and put them in, use the bees for the nuke, pinch off the queen cell. Kind of see what I'm doing? Refresh that colony.
What point is that?
Restart that cycle. In the spring, right out of you want to look at the points in time which the bees are pressured, right? And when bees are really pressured, then they will show their flaws. And the best point of time to see that is right out of winter. When the bees come out, they have a lot to do in a short amount of time. So if that queen is hot and vigorous, she's going to flip themselves into this terrific nest. It's really easy to see. And if they don't do that, you just pull them back in the nuke operation. So that's basically when I'm doing that. And then throughout the summer, I'm so busy with the honey. Like I tell Brad, it's my summer loss. This year, my summer loss is only like 8%, but I have summer losses up to 15%. I shake them out in the grass, and it doesn't matter anymore because I have nukes that I made to fill in those spots, aside from the battery to get through into the next season. You kind of see what I'm saying? It's all a cycle. Yeah. I'm trying to cycle everything
right through. Well, that's why where I'm going with this question is because I keep hearing all these guys talk about requeening every year, requeening every year.
Those are
So,
migratory though.
so this, and maybe that's really
Even
what.
like you talk to a guy like Bob Binney. He's a migratory beekeeper too. He's moving his yards all over the place all the time. He's going to flow here. He's going to flow there. He's moving up the mountain and down the mountain. Maybe what I'm seeing isn't exactly the way it is, but you move your colonies like that, you can't allow your colony to fulfill their cycles, right? Because they don't have time, or you don't know when they're doing it, and you interrupt that cycle, the colonies are dead. So you'll see Bob, and he's really fussy. He'll switch those queens out every year. Like he's pinching off beautiful nests. I'm like, Bob, what are you doing?
That's kind of
But
where
he's
I'm
doing it because he's got to make sure that queen doesn't decide to, or the colony decide to switch that queen out. He needs to know that queen's going to go. He needs to know that queen is going when he's moving them from point to point.
So these guys have me kind of worried about requeening each year. And this year, for example, I had about 6 yellow dot queens that I was going to switch out. And I was thinking that I had screwed up and missed my opportunity because here I'm taking a yellow dot into winter again, which I can always easily requeen her in the spring. But the point is that's why I was trying to figure out how your operation works, because I'm nothing like what you're doing, but that's the kind of, like, I like how you're creating the 6 frame, you're taking the 6 frame through the winter, it becomes the 10 frame, you start a new 6 frame, and then, but the thing I guess I'm just not fully understanding is your 10 frame is now in your 6 frame became the 10 frame in April, whatever it is, May for you. When do you pinch her off? Like you say, do you keep her 2 years? Do you keep her like to the end of the season and in August requeen her?
I don't even track that. I track assessments. I track performance, right? If that colony, regardless what dots on her, if she's sporting a terrific nest, why would somebody want to pinch that off? Because it's capable. There's that queen's still running. So why pinch her off? When she makes it through the winter and if she starts to stagger a little bit, pinch her off then. That's when to do it. A lot of the times I found myself going through and I was subscribing to the same train of thought. And I was pinching these queens off. I'm looking at these terrific nests and I'm buying all these import queens in to replace them. And these import queens are failing on me. I was like, what the hell am I doing? I'm bringing in this import, like we have to bring in import queens because we don't have enough time to build 2 razor queens to be able to build up for the honey flow. We don't have enough time there. So that's why we import a lot of our queens to get the early establishment, early start. So I'm pinching off these queens, putting these imports down there. 25% of them are failing on me within a month. And I'm like, what am I doing? And I'm looking down there. I'm saying, why this queen isn't necessarily a year old or 2 years old. She could be, 6 months old because that colony maybe has flipped over, like switched her out, right? So I'm pinching off a real capable money-making queen. Why would I do that? So then I switched my entire operational strategy towards assessing, putting my time towards assessing the viability of those queens, trying to predict the production of those nests by, how capable they were, and then focusing my entire management around that. So as soon as those colonies start to fail, I'll pull them out into my nuke operation, take from my nuke battery, put it into that spot and just get on with life, right? And just keep all my spots full all the time. And it become really easy to do. When you have a battery of nukes behind you, it's really easy to go through a yard and say, that one, that one, that one, that one. They're all being taken to the nuke yard because I'm taking these ones over here and putting them into that spot, right?
So when you say you're taking
really easy to do.
When you're taking them to the nuke yard, you're just taking them out back. You're going to knock that queen out. You're going to take that hive. You're going to split that 10 framer into at least 2 or 3 6 framers and requeen it. And now your 10 framer is now 3 nukes.
Depends whatever they can give up. Sometimes it's only 1 because they're failing, right? At that time, they're failing. So it's not a capable colony anymore because they're in the downslide. So a lot of times I only make them into 1. Sometimes you can get away into 2. If you catch them in enough time. It's hard to catch them at that point. I'm usually catching them when they're quite obvious, because I'm going through so many colonies, my assessment sometimes gets thin. So, by the time you catch them, they're a little bit smaller. I try to salvage them.
So do you see that assessment, Ian, early in the spring? Is that when you're seeing those colonies fail?
Yeah, you look at that graph that Randy Oliver made of the what do you call it? The modeling of the age of the bee.
Yeah.
You can see it. You can see the most critical time of their development right in the spring, at that point of time. That's when you measure them, before that and after that. And if they can't get through that dip, then you better switch them out.
Well, then you're stuck. See, because I have limited time with a full-time job too, I've kind of adopted a little bit of a different strategy where I've been switching those queens out in the fall to make sure that I've got a good queen early. Now, I shouldn't say in the fall, late in the season. Maybe that's a better way to put it, so that I can make that assessment of that queen prior to putting her into the barn, and that way I know I've got good new queens early on in the spring. So they come out. I know what I've got, if that makes sense.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that at all. Like, I love that idea, putting a fresh queen into winter. That's a great time of doing it. But that's a hard time to assess a queen, on her downslide. Like, you're just coming off a summer population, and her nest is shrinking. That's a hard time to tell when a queen is failing, other than switching out a failing hive, which is easy to see. But how can you see a colony that is, maybe ready to switch out on the downside into fall like that? How do you know you're not switching out like a good queen?
I don't have my cricket emoji.
I'm nowhere near experienced enough to answer that kind of question.
All right, Ian, when you're assessing, I mean, I watched the last video. You're going through assessing. I think there was 3 different hives. James, you coming through?
Oh, he's breaking up really
breaking
bad.
up, James.
I mean,
second. Hey, James, we're getting none of what you're saying, brother.
So,
I left him speechless.
You broke the internet on him.
Just what James is saying, and his strategy is a really good one. And I'm just trying to mesh it with what I'm doing as he's trying to compare it to what I'm doing. That's all I'm doing. What he's doing is correct.
No, what I was, me and Brad talked about this, I don't know, a couple of nights ago or whatever it was. I had watched your last video, and you were going through the nest on, I think, 3 different hives. And the first one right there, this one's dead. I know what it was. The hives were marked with possible bad queens or no queens.
Yeah, we had actually put queen cells into those colonies 3 weeks beforehand, so we were checking on the success of the mating.
Right. So you went in there, and I mean, you didn't even pull a frame out. It's just like, oh, this is no good. And I'm like, okay, the camera wasn't angled quite right, but I presume that the population was minimal in there is why you made that decision that quick. I'm not sure if that's how you did that first hive on that video or not. And then the next one you're going through, there's no brood, and there's no eggs, there's no stages of larvae or anything. And you were shaking them out in the grass and all that. But when you go into the springtime and you're assessing that hive, and she's laying, but I'll say she's on her way out, is you're ready to pinch her or whatever or replace her. Are you looking at the situation where, she only has 2 frames of brood or 3 frames of brood, and she should have 6 or 7 frames of brood? Or is it a number, or is it just by
I don't have time for that. We have so little time in the spring to be able to get any type of assessment like that done. So I'm a frame score. I just go through and I tip them back and I count frames and I score them big, medium, and small, and I just tag them with a drink tag. So then when I come back in 3 weeks, if the colony doesn't appear to what that score was originally, like if they've
Yeah, I've seen.
decreased in size,
When you said that, you're tipping them back, and you'll
Yeah.
say, "All right, I got 3 frames of bees here." You know, you got to.
same thing they do in California, just frame score, counting the frames. Yeah.
And then if it gets bigger when you come back the next time, okay, that one's fine. She just took a while to take off. But if she's that same size, or maybe she starts to dwindle, it's like, all right, you're out of here.
Yeah, that's maybe I could go down into them at that time and say, oh, what's going on? But typically, if a colony from the winter is, when I bring them out end of March, end of April in a typical year, you should see some growth, right? You should be seeing growth, and especially when you take them into May, you should be seeing explosive growth. But if they're not growing, then that means that queen's she's not laying, or there's something else going on within that nest. So
well,
I
I guess.
identify that with the frame counts.
Yeah, I guess that's.
That's the
I
only
guess
way you can do it.
Yeah.
Because if you're going through, let's say I'm going through 1,200 colonies in a week, we can't go down and count. And in looking at the brood nest isn't going to tell you a whole lot. Well, yeah, it will. If you look at the brood nest, looks shitty. Well, out she goes. But just that would be a very tough assessment.
That's
for me to do.
That's an experience thing. I mean, after I just got done then I got to thinking about like the hives behind me. It was like the first 3 or 4 hives at the end of the row were fine. They were huge amounts of bees in there this spring. And then the one that I've already just like chucked out into the grass, it's been giving me problems all summer. And it had a lack. The cluster size was lacking all summer long, and I'm like, okay, well, let's get through the honey season, and then.
No, those are the ones I'm pointing out, is exactly those colonies, because they don't progress, right? They're place takers.
Right.
They cost you money, and even worse, they cost you time, and time's worth more than money. So you identify those ones, get them out, and then put something in there that's going to make you money. I was the worst one for that, because you see look at she's pretty.
Let's pet it along.
Yeah. And it never works out.
In there. Let's throw some more brood in there.
Hey, Ian, as far
Get her out of here.
As a growing strategy, I was going to do this year, but it didn't come to fruition. But I was wondering what your thoughts are on this. I was thinking about if this works next year, hopefully, but taking what I have, the 40 colonies right now, taking those through winter, 40 production colonies. I have like 46 total, but 40 production colonies. I was thinking about taking those back through winter, and then in next July, taking and splitting all of them in half, or 2/3, into 3, and using that to grow my colonies. So I'm still getting the full honey production, because my honey production typically ends around the 4th of July, and then splitting them all in the 4th of July weekend out to 2 or 3 separate hives, trying to double my production in that manner, and then basically riding it through, because by next spring they'd all be full colonies again.
Yeah, and then I guess my question would be, then what are you going to do? Because do you have the equipment to be able to handle that many colonies?
Yeah, I mean, I could. That's not a problem. Like right now.
I stepped on you. But that's the crutch to the whole issue of what we're trying to do as beekeepers is we want to grow, and we get ambitious and we grow, but we grow outside of our facility. We can't then manage what we've grown. And then ultimately we come tumbling back down to where that point is that we can manage. And that is facility. So it's the extracting equipment you have, it's the time of the day you have to manage the bees, it's the boxes to be able to put on your colonies. The box is the big one. If you have go from 40 up to 120, all of a sudden you're you're increasing your box need by 3 times. And if you can't just make do, because if you have those flows and their surges that compromise your colonies and you're no further ahead. You kind of see what I'm saying? So my impression is, or my advice to people asking me, what do I do to expand, is to invest your time and money into the facility. And when you have the facility, everything else just naturally progresses.
Well, I
and
already
grows
have
up
the
to it.
equipment. I went big on my equipment, so that way I've always planned on going to 100 colonies. For whatever reason, I don't know why that number stuck with me. It just 100 colonies seemed like a threshold where I could probably manage 100. Over 100, I probably couldn't manage. So I already have enough boxes prepped to get to somewhere in that neighborhood, 75 to 100.
So
So then you're good. Yeah. So building bees is the easy part. So if you have the equipment there just waiting for them, then I think what you just spelled out there, get your honey production, then split them off and build them, get them through the winter. That sounds like a sound strategy to me.
So how would it affect? Let's do a comparison. So you're saying, Robert, if you take these colonies you have, these 40, and you run them all the way through your next honey season, and then you're making splits after the flow. For me, I go into a dramatic dearth right there. Right? So now I'm feeding, fighting hive beetles, I'm fighting wax moths until we get some sort of fall flow at that point. Now I know geographics make all the difference in this type of thing, but wouldn't you be better served, at least in my area, I would be better served to make all those splits in the spring, because they have the benefits of the full spring flow, the pollen, and everything coming in naturally with the mated queen early.
Here's the problem with that.
Naturally grow.
That's what I've been doing for the last 5 years, is I've been splitting in the spring. And the problem is it cuts your production of honey down to nothing. So not last year, but the prior 2 years, I got basically no honey because I was splitting from every season. I've been doing this for 5 seasons, and every season I lose like 70% of my colonies through the winter. It's just terrible, but it's reality. 60 to 70%. So every spring I was splitting out, and I'm getting no honey production.
But are you making big splits? Or are you making 2-frame splits? Or I mean, I'm asking because I don't know. I'm not.
So I mean, I'm never doing a 2-frame split. It's usually 3 to 4 frames. This year I did more like 5-frame splits because when I went into winter, I put to bed. I had 36, remember, and then I put to bed 30 because I lost 6 due to swarms in September, and then I put 30 to bed, and then I brought out only 18. So I had to split from 18 back up to 36, and then I had caught about 4 swarms at the time. So, and then I kept equalizing everything, so I ended up with the 40. But the point is, had I split heavy in the spring, I would have had no honey production whatsoever, because even going from 18 back up to 4 or 36, which is where I was last year. Like I said, this time last year I had 36 colonies. So going from 18 to 36 this spring, my production was only 25 pounds per hive of honey. 25 pounds per hive for honey. Can't talk tonight. Tired.
Okay. And the reason I say that is because I went from the book of James, if he's still listening, and and this year I had very similar results. What I'm saying is because I would put in 30 colonies, come out with 17, put in 30, come out with 17. And I split stronger splits than I would normally do, and grafted queens for them. And at the end of the season, I ended up with more honey than I've ever made, which still is not a lot. I mean, you guys are laughing in Canada about how much honey I made, but the thing is that it was still 150 pounds more than I've made in the past with making splits. And my thing is, yep, I made the splits, but I also didn't have all of the drawn comb that I needed. So they were building, the splits were building comb all year, right? So it
I
was.
didn't have that. I had all my drawn comb. So that's the things, like that's been the problem for the majority of the last 5 years, is I have to split heavy in the spring and then I lose all my honey production. And so that's why this year I decided I'm not going to split. When I do a split, the most I split was in half on a 10 frame. I would split, 2 5s. And that was in May. That's the last time I split, was in May. May 1st, actually. It was May 1st when I split.
And when's your flow start?
May 1st.
So you're splitting right at the honey flow.
Yeah, because
your colonies are not at full strength during the flow.
Right.
They're just building.
But the year before, I split in around April 1st, and I lost. No, I'm sorry. I take that back. I split this year April 15th. The previous year, I split April 1st, and I lost half my colonies because we got a really bad cold snap, and it just wiped them out. But I had light splits the year before. I only had 2 and 3 frames each, and that cold snap just wiped them out. This year I did 5 frame splits, but I waited till April 15th, so I waited 2 weeks longer, and they went, they being equalized. I cannot talk tonight. Equalizing every 2 weeks, all through the spring, and I think Ian said the other night when you were talking to him on the live stream that may have been too many times, because I was equalizing every 2 weeks. But I ended up with 40 equal colonies, and they were all strong. I mean, if you'd looked at the amount of brood, these hives were huge. But I effed up in 2 ways. One, I didn't put the queen excluder, which was rookie mistake, not doing that again. And then the splits. I'm not sure. Maybe I'd split too heavy. 5 frames are pretty solid, I felt, but maybe I should have done 6 frames. I don't know.
Well, what I found personally, and everybody's going to have a different opinion because we're beekeepers and we all have different opinions. But with equalization, it almost will false prop up a bad colony.
For sure.
Because you look at it and you're constantly adding hatching brood. So it always looks like the numbers are good, but yet you constantly are adding more brood to them. And
yeah. I had one colony, we were just talking about that earlier tonight. I had one colony that they won't keep a queen. They have been virtually queenless this entire year. They've had a laying queen and she disappeared. And then I've tried requeening several times and they wouldn't take it. And then all of a sudden they had a queen and she was laying again. And now she's queenless again, or it's queenless again. So I have no idea what's going on in that colony, but it's been throwing good resources at a bad colony. And I should have.
You sound like you have 5 frame nuke boxes, right?
No, I don't. I have all full size colonies. I don't have any nukes at all.
I thought you were making splits. You're making a 5 frame split.
Yeah, in a full size box.
In an 8 frame box.
Yes. Yep.
Well, it's not, in my beekeeping model is I have my production hives, which you see them behind me there. And then behind the barn there, I have my nukes. And now, of course, I do sell nukes in the springtime. But if you're trying to do the honey production and do increase, then you need to grow it's like Ian's battery, nukes, whatever you want to call them. There's where his insurance hives are when you have a crappy hive to get rid of. And there's where he can get his increase. He can take those nukes if they get through the winter in most cases, like mine, and okay, here is a baby hive. Now let's grow it into a production hive. But you haven't taken anything away from your production hives.
Well, that's what I was
in
trying
the
to
meantime.
get out of this is I was wanting to go, and I've missed it this year, but I was wanting to take all of my colonies and split them all out.
Well, there goes your production.
No, I mean right after the in 4th of July weekend, right after my production. And then this way for the following year, I've already potentially doubled my apiary for the following year, but I haven't had my production.
If you get them through.
If I can get them through. The only problem we have is we do have a dearth typically in July and August. So I would be splitting them into.
Your weather is exact. We're at the same longitudinal parallel, whatever you want to call this thing,
my problem is like I lose so many to winter that I can never get ahead. And that's what I'm getting at. It's like, that's why I'm asking about this cycle, because I'm trying to figure out how to grow my production while taking a 50% loss every year.
Well, the main thing I think you really need to do is
50, or sorry, Charlie, stepped on you.
That's all right. That's all right. Go ahead.
I was going to say the 50% loss. That's something that we got to figure out. Wonder what is the diagnosis of the losses? I think he said 70% loss last year. That's pretty heavy.
No, that was the year before. But last year I went into winter with 30, put to bed 30, and I came out with 18. So
why do you think they're dying?
I don't know. Every year seems to be a different reason. Like it's the oddest thing to me. I can't figure out what I'm doing wrong, because the first 2 seasons the first season I didn't treat because who knows? I followed too many people on YouTube. And then the second year I started treating. Last year I treated heavily. And
what did you treat with?
I used Apivar, OA dribble, and OA vapor last year. And I used Apiguard on the colonies, the 20 colonies out on the bean field. So I mixed it up, but I don't feel it's mites. I don't know what it is, but like the 1 year I know I basically starved them out. So the following years like last year, I overfed them, and then they swarmed in September, and they should never swarm in September in Ohio. Like they always say that doesn't happen. Well, it happens. Just feed them enough.
You fed them in August, right?
I started feeding in August, and then I fed them heavily.
And how much did you feed each individual hive? Because I did this stupid mistake too.
I'm not sure. I just kept filling them until they were full.
There's your point. There's your problem right there.
But see, like right now, you've gone kind of the opposite direction where they've got nothing.
Yeah, this year they've got nothing. So
I would pound it to them right now.
To be honest with you, you want to go to 100 hives. I think you need to learn how to manage the 50 or the 30 you got now proficiently.
Well, you got to remember, though, there's a big difference between managing 2 hives versus managing 12 hives versus managing 50.
I got 32 sitting here right now, and I'm managing them. But what I'm getting at is you seem to have a time restriction. I mean, you have kids, you have a wife, and all this stuff.
20 hours a week of sports, and then so on and so forth. So, yeah, I mean, there's a time.
You got to go by the wayside if you're going to keep bees. But then the wife is going to get belly, and the family and all this kind of stuff. But what I'm driving at is all right, like right now, all right, Apivar strips went in on the 28th of July. It's been 7 weeks. Well, it's been 6, and it's been 90 some. It's been up to 99 degrees this week, so I didn't get into highs. It's too hot. So this coming week, I've been watching the weather. The next treatment is Formic Pro, and it's going to hit. It's going to dip down for the next since from Wednesday on for at least 5 or 6 days below 80 degrees, 75 to 80 degrees. I said that's when Formic's going on. And I started taking strips out today, but rain got in my way. But
I don't think it's mites that's my problem. Because
have you tested?
I've tested them before, but the issue is I treat the one thing with mites is like I'm constantly treating for mites. So it's not the mites, because like last year I had in for easy math, I had basically 15 in one apiary and 15 in another, but I had them in rows of like it was eight in one row and 8 in another. The 8 in one row, 100% of them lived. The second row, 6 out of 8 died, or 7 out of 8 died. And then my other apiary, I only lost 1. So there's no consistency across the board, except for last year I did put on a winter wrap, and the ones that all died were underneath a black winter wrap. The two of the other row and the other apiary were underneath green winter wraps. Does that have something to do with it? I don't know. But that was the first year I've ever wrapped them. But I had great success, 2 out of 3 rows. But for some reason, the one underneath the black wrap, they all died. It was like 9 out of 10 died. So,
All right, so when you went in and did an autopsy, did you have a whole bottom board full of bees, dead bees in the bottom end of it?
yeah, they were. And matter of fact, they'd been dead a bit. We had a lot of moisture. There was a lot of moisture buildup in those particular ones too. They'd been dead for a while. They even had mold in there, which was kind of surprising. But
yeah, but did you have any ventilation to a certain extent?
I don't ventilate, no. And you can't say it's ventilation because they're all done the exact same way. I had 100% in one row. I had 90% in the second row, and then I had 90% die in the third row. And the only thing different between the 3 was the third row was covered in black, and the other 2 were covered in green, a light green.
In green?
Yeah.
You mean insulation or what?
I made a wrap. I had duct wrap, which is like air duct wrap. It's about 1 inch thick, and it's it's a roll of 4 foot tall roll of insulation. And I laid it out on the driveway, and I like I said, this is the first time I ever tried it. It's basically the cozy, right? But what I did is I wrapped it in a 9 mil or 10 mil plastic, and taped it all off and made a blanket. And then I wrapped it all around them. And anyway, long story short, the only thing difference between the 3 sets was one was in black and the other 2 were in green. The 2 green ones, almost 100% lived. The black one, 90% died. So I think, and maybe I'm wrong, but I think they overheated. I think we had a warm streak and they overheated, but I don't know. That's the problem is I don't have a control group, right? So if you're trying to say, well, what happened? I don't have a control group because every year I grow and every year I do something different. So I can't say what it is one year or the other. The first year I didn't treat for mites. I can guarantee you they probably died from mites.
Yeah.
The second year, I think they probably starved to death. The third year, you know what I mean? Like on and on, like each year is like something different. So I haven't figured out that happy medium, but it's
I don't know. As far as like the hives right behind me there, I know the wind blows from that red truck carcass towards the back of my hive. So I wrap my hives with some old carpet as a windbreak, not as insulation. It's just a drape around so the snow blows or the wind blows, it shields the hive from that wind. And then as far as like I have screen bottom boards, when it gets 40 below at night all the time consistently, that's when I put my Foroplast boards in. Are they airtight? No, they're not airtight, but they keep that draft blowing up in there. And then I put in a homemade entrance reducer. Kind of looks like dental molding. It's got 5 or 6 slots in there where if one gets choked up, there's other slots for those bees to get in and out of, and it keeps the mice out. I haven't ever had any mice problems, but it keeps all that out, and that's winter's prep. And now, if you watch some of my thing, I'm always putting them little wooden blocks. I got those 5/8 by 1.25 inch by 2 inch long blocks. I have inner covers. I think you probably have migratory covers?
Yeah.
Not.
Yeah.
You know, with mine, I have telly covers with inner covers. I put the blocks up there, raises that telly up just a little bit to let that moisture kind of let the air flow a little bit. And if I don't do that, it'll get wet up in there on that telly cover and the mold will start. So there's moisture there. So
like I said, I've tried everything. Each
I
year
don't have them for entrances or anything like that. Nothing of that nature.
I basically did quilt boards the first or second
I've
year.
never.
I've tried different things, but like I said, that's the problem is to determine what I'm doing wrong. It's too much of a moving target because I don't have any control group, so I can't tell you what's wrong with my management style because my management style has been changing every single year because I watch too much YouTube. I get too many voices from too many different people, and you get this, this is the right way and this is the way, right? And then turns out that's not the way.
Yeah.
Well, I think what you have, there's one thing that you have to, go ahead, Alex.
I've kind of been experimenting like you. I've learned everything from YouTube. I had to teach myself using it. Like there is no mentorship where I live. And most of the beekeepers I have contacted, they're like, leave me alone. I'm busy. I don't want to teach somebody else.
Well, that's how Ian is. I'm just kidding.
What? I didn't get what you said.
Down there. Leave me alone. I ain't got time for you guys.
I don't know. I mean, the only thing I can tell you is that sort of standardize what you're doing and see if that works. And you as an individual where you live at have to come up with something that works with you. You can take bits and pieces from everybody, tips and tricks and whatever, but some of it will work for you and some of it won't work for you in your area. And like on my Friday night, all the goldenrod, the guy up here, he's up in Piles, which he's all of about 15 miles up the road. Well, I'm sorry, but it ain't blooming here, and it's just not here. So, within 15 miles, there's a major difference. I got another friend. He lives on the edge of Pennsylvania, but alongside the Susquehanna River. He actually gets a fall flow where he harvesting 500 pounds of honey. I don't get that. I know that my season is April, May, and June. Flow is over with. July and August is the dearth per se, but the last couple of years things have changed where they've been filling that third super up where I leave, my third medium. That's great. And then here within the next week or so, I will start feeding 2-to-1 sugar water with Apis in it and filling up what they have a good amount of food in those 10 framers. I just want to put as much into them. And my treatment program starts in, the end of July because of weather conditions. It's usually Aprivor. Now the weather's changing and I'm going to do Formic Pro.
Hey, Charlie, Ian just sent a message. He's got to run. So,
all right.
Thanks for talking. I appreciate you as usual.
Thank you.
Oh, and gone. Boom.
No
time for chit chat. Gotta run.
Well, it is midnight or 12:30. I don't know what time it is. His is what, 11:30?
Probably 11:30.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's that's it. I mean, it's just about
probably mountain time, right? He's probably 2 hours. He's probably 10.
Well, he's the same time as Brad is over there. So,
Brad, are you mountain or
it's
central?
20 after 11. Central.
Yeah, he's an hour difference.
Okay.
Randy's in Ohio. He's insulating the top of the hive.
He said that makes the moisture go to the sidewalls so it doesn't build up.
That's what I do. I insulate the top cover and then I make sure it's all air sealed. Last year was the first year I actually insulated the whole sides and top, but I think this year I'm just doing the insulating the top and wind blocking the sides, and that's it. Because I'm trying to do something that's more sustainable for 50 or for 100 units, because my mindset is I'm going to 100. So what I'm trying to aim for and what I'm trying to practice is what I need to do for 100 colonies. Because, when you have 2 colonies, you can go out there and spend a week playing with them, but you can't do that when you have 100 colonies, because you got to get through them and you got to get them all the same, and you can't afford to buy a hive cozy or something. No offense, ridiculous.
We know that. We know that, Robert. We have at least 30 or plus hives or more.
Right. I'm just saying that's my mindset, though. Is I'm trying not to do fancy things with.
Well, see, you're running into that analysis paralysis like I was with the hive beetle traps, right? It's like, do I buy them? I got to do 50 of them, or do I not buy them and just keep losing numbers? And then it was like, you know what? I'm just going to do it and make it happen. And unfortunately, that's when you start scaling, every little change you make exponentially goes up in money. Exponentially, it's not unfortunately, it's not a simple fix. Oh, I can go spend $2 a colony and $100 later it's fixed, right? It's no, all of a sudden I'm spending $2,500 to fix the problem.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons I decided to go to 45 next year instead of 60. And I might even stay at 30 and make more nukes, sell them the year after, get more money, maybe get a truck.
A van. Hey, the van worked good for you.
To answer,
I think a truck would be better than the van.
There, or question, I mean. No, I don't micromanage the bees. I don't have time. I work.
Well, see, and that's the other thing, and just picking up, and I'm not, obviously, don't take any of this personal, because it's not like a personal thing, but I think it was last night or the night before when we were talking, we asked when the last time you've been in the colony was, and it had been several weeks. So
yeah, 2-3 weeks is my average, but in the spring, I try to get in every 2 weeks. But this time of year, because of everything going on, sports and fair and blah, 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 like you name it, it's about 3 weeks.
Right. But like when you went in it and you were putting feed on today and you're like, well, there's no liquid in there at all. That's a problem this time of year. At least in my situation, it's a problem, right? So that's not a bee problem. That's a me problem, to where I'm not out there enough to do what needs to be taken. And that could be the difference. Maybe like for me, when I was losing, my colonies were just dwindling down. So it's bad queen, right? Colonies dwindled down. I mean, I had a triple deep, and then coming into spring, it got down to a 5 frame. Then it went to a 2 frame. I mean, it was the smallest box that I had. They just wouldn't work. And that colony today is still alive. However, it's at my mentor's place, and he's been putting eggs and brood and larvae and keep putting resources at it, and it's still in a 5 frame nuke.
That's called life support.
Yep. And so that to me is a big time burn. I don't know how many frames of resources he chucked in, and he probably could have just made a whole new nuke and just got rid of that queen altogether, right? So
yeah, like next weekend, what I'm gonna do is we'll go through all my hives, because I was out of time. This just did the pulling the honey, and anything that's queenless next week is I don't have time to give them another week. I know, or I don't have time to give them time to make another queen. So
they don't have time enough to make a queen.
Yeah, it's
because of your environment.
It's going to get very cold very soon here. Yeah. So any queenless hive next weekend is bye-bye.
Yeah, that's when I talked to James earlier in the season, and he said, "Well, what's your goal? What are you trying to do?" Well, I want to expand. Well, how much do you want to expand? Well, I would like to fill all these extra boxes that I bought last year that are still sitting out here. And he said, then I don't want to hear you talk about honey. I want you to talk about how are we going to fill your boxes up. The bees are going to make honey, right? So you got to kind of get that mindset to where if you're going to grow, it's a growth year. And if you're going to make honey, it's a honey year. And you can kind of do both, because when I stopped talking about the honey production and grew my colonies, the honey production took care of itself. I ended up making more honey. So it was a hard lesson across the back of my head, to where I was needing numbers of colonies. when in fact all I need to do is fill my boxes and they're going to make as much honey as they can make, right? And then it ended up taking care of the honey thing. Now, did I make as much as everybody else probably around here? Not per colony, but I made enough to sustain what I needed this year.
In that argument, though, I did that for 3 years where I took no honey, not a drop, for 3 years.
I've taken honey every year.
And the problem is I was losing so many through winter. I could never grow because I was losing too many through winter. Now, what I've done is I've expanded faster through the more colonies I have, the more I can expand through the summer. So when I lose my 50-60%,
so
I still have more coming out of the winter. But I gotta figure out how to stop losing 50-60% of my colonies every year.
Yep.
And like I said, it's
so one of the first questions James asked me was, how old are my queens? And I'm just thinking back that most of your colonies had come from swarms, right?
Yeah, originally, yeah.
So how old were those queens, or how old are your queens now?
Now they're all within a year. Yellow dots, I have 6 yellow dots out of 40 colonies. So the rest are
all brand new queens. So in the spring, they should go right to laying. I mean, they should charge up pretty quick if they're, good.
And that could have been my problem earlier on. That may have been what the problem was, why I was having so many losses, because I was having old queens. I really don't know. Like I said, the first 3 years.
And that was the main thing. That was my answer. I don't know. And now the fact that you have those identified, that these are this old, now you can measure, right? Now you know what the situation is. So it's basically, I established a baseline, right? That now my colony should look like this if they're surviving, right? They should have this much if they're all equal. And if one, like Ian was saying, if they start to dwindle, now you can identify that one pretty readily. As before, I had colonies that were just literally busting, and then I had some that were okay, and then I had some like, what the hell are you doing? And it was driving me crazy. So I just rebooted the whole thing this year.
That's one thing I would really love to be able to do. And it sounds like even Ian isn't able to do that. But I would love to have all of my colonies with the same queen, meaning the same genetics, the same, general. No.
Brad's like, that causes inbreeding problem?
Well, I was just thinking, wouldn't it be easier to manage if you knew that they're all shutting down at the same time? They're all kicking off at the same time.
As far as what cut, yeah, sure. The queens generally around here are all of carniolan stock, so that's great. That's what we can manage, right? But as far as I want all my queens to come from the same place, and I want all my queens to be the same year, and I want all my queens to, no. You go on Bob Binney's channel, and you listen to a video that he's got, when he talks to his friend Keith Delaplane. Okay, and I don't want to pat myself on the shoulder, but there's something that just was on my mind almost since the beginning of beekeeping. And that was people always going through great pains when they're raising queens to get their selection criteria and just zero in on exactly what they want and exactly what they're trying to accomplish. And Keith Delaplane says, no. What he says is get as much variety and as many drones and as many queens. He says you just get as much going on as you can possibly get going on, and that's your key to success in quality queens and whatnot. So anyway, go listen to how Keith says it, because he's much more eloquent than I am. He's a very interesting guy to listen to, I think. So yeah, mix it up. Ian says, oh, I bought these Kona queens and they're great queens. Yeah. And then he says, and you know what queens just outperformed everybody. My homegrown queens, right? Well, its homegrown queens are kind of originated from Kona stock, but they're locally mated and all that kind of stuff. So you always want to mix it once you get, I think this is my opinion, but even once you get queens, raising your own queens, I've been raising my own queens for a few years now, and I always try to buy some queens from somewhere. I always try to bring some stock in. I always try to mix things up, get some new blood, right? I don't want to get that bloodline to be too vertical, right? I always want to get some side influence in there and what's going on, because nature um, will always prefer excellence, and things that aren't excellent don't do well, and that's your selection, in my opinion. So that's why, you know, everything the same. That's why I shake my head vigorously. But yeah, if you're saying, "Oh, I want Russian queens, and I want Italian queens, and I want Carniolan queens, and I want this kind of queens and this kind of queens," yeah, you know what? No, don't do that.
Well, that's what I
Pick
have right
something.
now. I have
Pick
Russians,
some.
I have
Pick something.
Carniolans, I have
No,
Italians, I have everything.
no, pick something. Like pick one, and I don't know what the best one is, but pick one, right? So then you can kind of get on, you know, what they're doing. You can kind of learn what they're doing,
That's
because
what James told me too.
the key to beekeeping is to promote what the bees want to do, right? Get on board what the bees want to do,
One thing
and
that
help
might
them
help you,
be the.
Robert, is excuse me. Go ahead, Brad.
No, I was
Go
going to
ahead.
say hi, Mark.
Hi there. I was going to say one thing that might help you is when you requeen a yard, requeen that whole yard at one time. That may help you more than anything. That way you know they're all the same age.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna do this spring. It didn't quite work out. I'm sorry, I'm running on 2 hours sleep, so I'm starting to get a little bit foggy here. But my queen mating nukes didn't pan out too well.
Oh, taking his call.
he gone.
But yeah, I mean, it's that's one thing that was, I had Carnies and I had Italians, and the Italians were blowing it up, and the Carnies were a little bit slower to get going. And I was looking when I was doing my assessments in the spring, and I'm like, man, these colonies are not doing what this colony is doing. And it makes it hard to determine, is she not performing, or is that normal for her species of bee? Right. So you get a whole different spectrum of the way they act and the way they grow. And it makes it harder on you as the beekeeper to determine whether they're doing a good job. They're doing
so get one
Exactly.
species of bee and try to get as much genetic variety within that one species to prevent problems.
He missed all the fireworks.
Oh,
on here.
I was watching the fights. They were good tonight. So I saw really well. Though I saw you had a full screen. I wanted to jump in a couple times, but there were no slots left, so I just hung out.
Just hung out.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, it's if it was easy, everybody would do it, guys. I mean, it's not, but it's, for me, it's just.
I had somebody say years ago, they said to me, beekeeping's not hard, but it's easy to fail. It's not hard to do, but it's easy to fail. Right? And I
Right.
believe that. You can't let down your guard. It's not that hard, but you can't let down your guard, because they'll sneak up behind you and bite you in the ass.
You got to be proactive.
The craziest thing about beekeeping for me is there is no rules. Not everybody does it their own way. Everybody. You could talk to 16 different people, and every one of them has a different philosophy and a different practice and a different management system, and on and on and on. And it's just, that's the difficult part. It's just crazy how different everybody can do it.
Well, we all need to mold it to our own. You were listing just a few minutes ago your obligations in your life, and I know when Ian started helping me with advising me on how to manage my bees and what I needed to do, everything he would tell me, I would think, yeah, but that doesn't work for me, right? And I would have to say, okay, I'd have to really analyze what he told me and try and think what what he told me is the key in what he told me to do. Like, do this. And I think, okay, what's the key for that? Because I can't do that the way he does it because of this. Either I don't want to, or there's something else. I can't do it that way just because of me or my situation or my allotted time or the fact that I don't have any help or whatever. There's always something different. And I think that's what's different among a lot of beekeepers. But I had to analyze that and say, okay, what really am I trying to accomplish with it, what he told me? So I'd have to say, okay, I think I can accomplish that in a little different way in my situation. So then I would try that. Sometimes I'd fail, and then sometimes it would work out. So I had to take the teaching and then mold it to my situation.
Work with what you have.
Work with what you have. Yeah, like example, Alex has no truck. He's doing the best he can with no truck, and he's doing a great job with what he has. It's a big struggle. So if I were to say, Alex, you have to move your bees, and this is what you do: you throw them on your flat deck, and you throw a strap over, you strap it up this way, and you go on. You load them up with your easy loader, and you unload. And Alex says, "Easy loader? Hell, I have no truck." Right? So then, okay, you still have to say, okay, what's the key? The key is you have to move the bees. The key is you have to load them on some mode of transportation and unload them on some mode of transportation, right? That's the key. So then you have to modify what I just said
So in
to
that case,
make
it
it
would
fit
be either move
what
them
you've
two
got.
at a time or borrow somebody else's car
Sure.
or
Like
rent
that.
a truck.
And that's just, I mean, that's a pretty obvious example, right? But they're all, people, how do you raise queens? Well, I'm going to tell you how to raise queens. I can maybe tell you what I've been doing, and maybe it's not going to be the way you choose to do it or the way you want to do it, right? I use an incubator. A lot of people don't want to use an incubator. I direct release virgins. A lot of people don't want to do that. And a lot of people can't do that. Maybe the schedule doesn't allow, all that kind of stuff. And these are where the difference is. But it's not the bees. The key to the bees is always the same, I think, right? Because it's the same bee. Yeah, you have Italians, you have Russians, you have Carniolans, you have blah 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 blah. But it's talking about the same kind of, the bees that you can expect certain things of. Uh, it's the same. So
Ooh.
it's me that's the variables, right? I have to decide how am I going to, I have different constraints on my life than Robert has. Robert has different constraints on his life. He's got different obligations. He has a family. He's got, things he needs to do. I have different constraints. So that's why I think there's so many different, because it's not that there's a different bee, there's different geographic locations, different climates. So those are different, and there's different people, but there's not different bees, really. They're all kind of the same. We're talking Apis mellifera.
In 21-day
And that's
brood
why
cycle.
we all talk. Yeah, 21-day brood cycle. And they're all going to sting your ass one day or another. I was in long pants and wearing a jacket today, but I didn't wear gloves.
Right. I didn't wear gloves today either. That's a step up in the right direction.
Yeah.
No means less equipment, apparently.
With all the bee shakeup I did today, not one sting. I would take a
Yeah.
frame, knock the bees out, put them in the box.
Yeah. Yep.
For 19 supers, 0 stings. And I
Wow.
stirred them up real bad.
Yeah.
But they weren't particularly angry at me. My guess is there's still a good flow going on, so at the end of the day, they were starting to get aggravated, but
Yeah.
they were amazing today.
Yeah. If there's a flow, then you're golden, man. You're golden. What
Hey.
what did you say, Bob? Something about equipment?
What do you mean?
You said you didn't wear gloves, and then you said there's something about equipment.
No, I
I
said
missed what you said.
less bees means less equipment that I have to wear.
Oh, less PPE. Yeah, yeah. Well, that's the blessing when half my bees dies. Then
So,
much
Alex,
more calm in the apiary.
you didn't use a fume board?
It was too cold today.
Mm.
It was only about 20-ish C. The fume boards wouldn't have worked very well, so I just like take a frame, knock the bees down, put the frame in a separate box. That's what I did for my honey pole.
Hey, guys, we've been going 4 hours and 20 minutes. I'm going to go ahead and end the live stream portion of this test, and
all right,
the hijinks can begin. So, all right, guys, y'all have a good night. And Tim and Hannah's doing their honey tasting tomorrow and big competition. And we'll see you guys then.
I managed to stay awake.
Everybody.
Most of it.
Yeah.